Chapter 10 of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainslie, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 10. Aesthetic Feelings and the Distinction between the Ugly and the Beautiful. Passing on to the study of more complex concepts, where the aesthetic activity is found in conjunction with other orders of facts, and showing the mode of this union or complication, we find ourselves at once face to face with the concept of feeling and with the feelings which are called aesthetic. Various significances of the word feeling. The word feeling is one of the richest in meanings. We have already had occasion to meet with it once among those used to designate the spirit in its passivity, the matter or content of art, and also as synonym of impressions. Once again, and then the meaning was altogether different, we have met with it as designating the non-logical and non-historical character of the aesthetic fact, that is to say, pure intuition, a form of truth which defines no concept and states no fact. Feeling as activity. But feeling is not here understood in either of these two senses, nor in the others in which it has nevertheless been used to designate other cognoscitive forms of spirit. Its meaning here is that of a special activity, of non-cognoscitive nature, but possessing its two poles, positive and negative, in pleasure and pain. This activity has always greatly embarrassed philosophers, who have attempted either to deny it as an activity, or to attribute it to nature and to exclude it from spirit. Both solutions bristle with difficulties, and these are of such a kind that the solutions prove themselves finally unacceptable to anyone who examines them with care. For of what could a non-spiritual activity consist, an activity of nature, when we have no other knowledge of activity save as spiritual, and of spirituality save as activity? Nature is, in this case, by definition, the merely passive, inert, mechanical, and material. On the other hand, the negation of the character of activity to feeling is energetically disproved by those very poles of pleasure and of pain which appear in it and manifest activity in its concreteness, and we will say, all aquiver. Identification of feeling with economic activity. This critical conclusion ought to place us in the greatest embarrassment, for in the sketch of the system of the spirit given above, we have left no room for the new activity, of which we are now obliged to recognize the existence. But activity of feeling, if it be activity, is not specially new. It has already had its place assigned to it in the system which we have sketched, where, however, it has been indicated under another name, as economic activity. What is called the activity of feeling is nothing but that more elementary and fundamental practical activity, which we have distinguished from ethical activity, and made to consist of the appetite and desire for some individual end, without any moral determination. Critique of hedonism. If feeling has been sometimes considered as organic or natural activity, this has happened precisely because it does not coincide either with logical, aesthetic, or ethical activity. Looked at from the standpoint of these three, which were the only ones admitted, it has seemed to lie outside the true and real spirit, the spirit in its aristocracy, and to be almost a determination of nature and of the soul, in so far as it is nature. Thus the thesis, several times maintained, that the aesthetic activity, like the ethical and intellectual activities, is not feeling, becomes at once completely proved. This thesis was inexpugnable when sensation had already been reduced confusedly and implicitly to economic volition. The view which has been refuted is known by the name of hedonism. For hedonism, all the various forms of the spirit are reduced to one, which thus itself also loses its own distinctive character and becomes something turbid and mysterious, like the shades in which all cows are black. Having effected this reduction and mutilation, the hedonists naturally do not succeed in seeing anything else in any activity but pleasure and pain. They find no substantial difference between the pleasure of art and that of an easy digestion, between the pleasure of a good action and that of breathing the fresh air with wide expanded lungs. Feeling as a concomitant to every form of activity. But if the activity of feeling in the sense here defined must not be substituted for all the other forms of spiritual activity, we have not said that it cannot accompany them. Indeed, it accompanies them of necessity, because they are all in close relation, both with one another and with the elementary volitional form. Therefore, each of them has for concomitants individual volitions and volitional pleasures and pains, which are known as feeling. But we must not confound what is concomitant with the principal fact, and take the one for the other. The discovery of the truth, or the satisfaction of a moral duty fulfilled, produces in us a joy which makes our whole being vibrate, for by attaining to those forms of spiritual activity, it attains at the same time that to which it was practically tending, as to its end, during the effort. Nevertheless, economic or hedonistic satisfaction, ethical satisfaction, aesthetic satisfaction, intellectual satisfaction, remain always distinct, even when in union. Thus is solved at the same time the much debated question, which has seemed, not wrongly, a matter of life or death for aesthetic science, namely, whether the feeling and the pleasure precede or follow, are cause or effect of the aesthetic fact. We must enlarge this question to include the relation between the various spiritual forms, and solve it in the sense that in the unity of the spirit one cannot talk of cause and effect, and of what comes first and what follows it in time. And once the relation above exposed is established, the statements, which it is customary to make, as to the nature of aesthetic, moral, intellectual, and even, as is sometimes said, economic feelings, must also fall. In this last case, it is clear that it is a question not of two terms, but of one, and the quest of economic feeling can be but that same one concerning the economic activity. But in the other cases also, the search can never be directed to the substantive, but to the adjective. Aesthetic, morality, logic, explain the colouring of the feelings as aesthetic, moral, and intellectual, while feeling, studied alone, will never explain those refractions. Meaning of certain ordinary distinctions of feelings. A further consequence is that we can free ourselves from the distinction between values, or feelings of value, and feelings that are merely hedonistic and without value. Also from other similar distinctions, like those between disinterested feelings and interested feelings, between objective feelings and the others that are not objective, but simply subjective, between feelings of approval and others of mere pleasure, Gefallen and Vergnügen of the Germans. Those distinctions strove hard to save the three spiritual forms, which have been recognized as the triad of the true, the good, and the beautiful, from confusion with the fourth form, still unknown, yet insidious through its indeterminateness, and mother of scandals. For us this triad has finished its task, because we are capable of reaching the distinction far more directly, by welcoming even the selfish, subjective, merely pleasurable feelings among the respectable forms of the spirit. And where formerly antitheses were conceived of, by ourselves and others, between value and feelings, as between spirituality and naturality, henceforth we see nothing but difference between value and value. Value and disvalue, the contraries and their union. As has already been said, the economic feeling or activity reveals itself as divided into two poles, positive and negative, pleasure and pain, which we can now translate into useful and useless or hurtful. This bipartition has already been noted above as a mark of the active character of feeling, precisely because the same bipartition is found in all forms of activity. If each of these is a value, each has opposed to it antivalue or disvalue. Absence of value is not sufficient to cause disvalue, but activity and passivity must be struggling between themselves, without the one getting the better of the other. Hence the contradiction and the disvalue of the activity that is embarrassed, contested, or interrupted. Value is activity that unfolds itself freely. Disvalue is its contrary. We will content ourselves with this definition of the two terms, without entering into the problem of the relation between value and disvalue, that is, between the problem of contraries. Are these to be thought of dualistically as two beings or two orders of beings, like Ormuzd and Ahriman, angels and devils, enemies to one another? Or as a unity, which is also contrariety? This definition of the two terms will be sufficient for our purpose, which is to make clear aesthetic activity in particular, and one of the most obscure and disputed concepts of aesthetic, which arises at this point, the concept of the beautiful. The beautiful as the value of expression, or expression and nothing more. Aesthetic, intellectual, economic, and ethical values and disvalues are variously denominated in current speech. Beautiful, true, good, useful, just, and so on. These words designate the free development of spiritual activity, action, scientific research, artistic production, when they are successful. Ugly, false, bad, useless, unbecoming, unjust, inexact, designate embarrassed activity, the product of which is a failure. In linguistic usage, these denominations are being continually shifted from one order of facts to another, and from this to that. Beautiful, for instance, is said not only of a successful expression, but also of a scientific truth, of an action successfully achieved, and of a moral action. Thus we talk of an intellectual beauty, of a beautiful action, of a moral beauty. Many philosophers, especially aestheticians, have lost their heads in their pursuit of these most varied uses. They have entered an inextricable and impervious verbal labyrinth. For this reason it has hitherto seemed convenient studiously to avoid the use of the word beautiful to indicate successful expression. But after all the explanations that have been given, and all danger of misunderstanding being now dissipated, and since, on the other hand, we cannot fail to recognize that the prevailing tendency, alike in current speech and in philosophy, is to limit the meaning of the vocable beautiful altogether to the aesthetic value, we may define beauty as successful expression, or better, as expression and nothing more, because expression, when it is not successful, is not expression. The ugly and the elements of beauty which compose it. Consequently, the ugly is unsuccessful expression. The paradox is true, that, in works of art that are failures, the beautiful is present as unity, and the ugly as multiplicity. Thus, with regard to works of art that are more or less failures, we talk of qualities, that is to say, of those parts of them that are beautiful. We do not talk thus of perfect works. It is in fact impossible to enumerate their qualities, or to designate those parts of them that are beautiful. In them there is complete fusion. They have but one quality. Life circulates in the whole organism. It is not withdrawn into certain parts. The qualities of works that are failures may be of various degrees. They may even be very great. The beautiful does not possess degrees, for there is no conceiving a more beautiful, that is, an expressive that is more expressive, an adequate that is more than adequate. Ugliness, on the other hand, does possess degrees, from the rather ugly or almost beautiful to the extremely ugly. But if the ugly were complete, that is to say, without any element of beauty, it would for that very reason cease to be ugly, because in it would be absent the contradiction which is the reason of its existence. The disvalue would become non-value. Activity would give place to passivity, with which it is not at war, save when there effectively is war. Illusions that there exist expressions which are neither beautiful nor ugly. And because the distinctive consciousness of the beautiful and of the ugly is based on the contrasts and contradictions in which aesthetic activity is developed, it is evident that this consciousness becomes attenuated to the point of disappearing altogether as we descend from the more complicated to the more simple and to the simplest cases of expression. From this arises the illusion that there are expressions which are neither beautiful nor ugly, those which are obtained without sensible effort and appear easy and natural being so considered. True aesthetic feelings and concomitant or accidental feelings. The whole mystery of the beautiful and the ugly is reduced to these henceforth most easy definitions. Should anyone object that there exist perfect aesthetic expressions before which no pleasure is felt, and others, perhaps even failures, which give him the greatest pleasure, it is necessary to advise him to pay great attention, as regards the aesthetic fact, to that only which is truly aesthetic pleasure. Aesthetic pleasure is sometimes reinforced by pleasures arising from extraneous facts, which are only casually found united with it. The poet or any other artist affords an instance of purely aesthetic pleasure during the moment in which he sees, or has the intuition of, his work for the first time, that is to say, when his impressions take form, and his countenance is irradiated with the divine joy of the Creator. On the other hand, a mixed pleasure is experienced by anyone who goes to the theatre after a day's work to witness a comedy. When the pleasure of rest and amusement, and that of laughingly snatching a nail from the gaping coffin, is accompanied at a certain moment by real aesthetic pleasure, obtained from the art of the dramatist and of the actors. The same may be said of the artist who looks upon his labour with pleasure, when it is finished, experiencing, in addition to the aesthetic pleasure, that very different one which arises from the thought of self-love satisfied, or of the economic gain which will come to him from his work. Examples could be multiplied. Critique of apparent feelings. A category of apparent aesthetic feelings has been formed in modern aesthetic. These have nothing to do with the aesthetic sensations of pleasure arising from the form, that is to say, from the work of art. On the contrary, they arise from the content of the work of art. It has been observed that artistic representations arouse pleasure and pain in their infinite variety and gradations. We tremble with anxiety, we rejoice, we fear, we laugh, we weep, we desire, with the personages of a drama or of a romance, with the figures in a picture, or with the melody of music. But these feelings are not those that would give occasion to the real fact outside art. That is to say, they are the same in quality, but they are quantitatively an attenuation. Aesthetic and apparent pleasure and pain are slight, of little depth, and changeable. We have no need to treat of these apparent feelings, for the good reason that we have already amply discussed them. Indeed, we have treated of them alone. What are ever feelings that become apparent or manifest, but feelings objectified, intensified, expressed? And it is natural that they do not trouble and agitate us passionately, as do those of real life, because those were matter, these are form and activity. Those true and proper feelings, these intuitions and expressions. The formula, then, of apparent feelings is nothing but a tautology. The best that can be done is to run the pen through it. End of chapter 10. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 11. Of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainslie, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 11. Critique of aesthetic hedonism. As we are opposed to hedonism in general, that is to say, to the theory which is based on the pleasure and pain intrinsic to economy and accompanies every other form of activity, confounding the content and that which contains it, and fails to recognize any process but the hedonistic, so we are opposed to aesthetic hedonism in particular, which looks upon the aesthetic at any rate, if not also upon all other activities, as a simple fact of feeling, and confounds the pleasurable of expression, which is the beautiful, with the pleasurable and nothing more, and with the pleasurable of all sorts. Critique of the beautiful as that which pleases the higher senses. The aesthetic hedonistic point of view has been presented in several forms. One of the most ancient conceives the beautiful as that which pleases the sight and hearing, that is to say, the so-called superior senses. When analysis of aesthetic facts first began, it was in fact difficult to avoid the mistake of thinking that a picture and a piece of music are impressions of sight or of hearing. It was and is an indisputable fact that the blind man does not enjoy the picture, nor the deaf man the music. To show, as we have shown, that the aesthetic fact does not depend upon the nature of the impressions, but that all sensible impressions can be raised to aesthetic expression, and that none need of necessity be so raised, is an idea which presents itself only when all the other ways out of the difficulty have been tried. But whoso imagines that the aesthetic fact is something pleasing to the eyes or to the hearing, has no line of defence against him who proceeds logically to identify the beautiful with the pleasurable in general, and includes cooking in aesthetic, or, as some positivist has done, the viscerally beautiful. Critique of the theory of play. The theory of play is another form of aesthetic hedonism. The conception of play has sometimes helped towards the realization of the actifying character of the expressive fact. Man, it has been said, is not really man, save when he begins to play, that is to say, when he frees himself from natural and mechanical causality and operates spiritually, and his first game is art. But since the word play also means that pleasure which arises from the expenditure of the exuberant energy of the organism, that is to say, from a practical act, the consequence of this theory has been that every game has been called an aesthetic fact, and that the aesthetic function has been called a game, in so far as it is possible to play with it, for, like science and every other thing, aesthetic can be made part of a game. But morality cannot be provoked at the intention of playing, on the ground that it does not consent. On the contrary, it dominates and regulates the act of playing itself. Critique of the theories of sexuality and of the triumph. Finally, there have been some who have tried to deduce the pleasure of art from the reaction of the sexual organs. There are some very modern aestheticians who place the genesis of the aesthetic fact in the pleasure of conquering, of triumphing, or, as others add, in the desire of the male who wishes to conquer the female. This theory is seasoned with much anecdotal erudition, heaven knows of what degree of credibility, on the customs of savage peoples. But in very truth there was no necessity for such important aid, for one often meets in ordinary life poets who adorn themselves with their poetry, like cocks that raise their crests, or turkeys that spread their tails. But he who does such things, in so far as he does them, is not a poet, but a poor devil of a cock or turkey. The conquest of woman does not suffice to explain the art fact. It would be just as correct to term poetry economic, because there have been aulic and stipendiary poets, and there are poets the sale of whose verses help them to gain their livelihood, if it does not altogether provide it. However, this definition has not failed to win over some zealous neophytes of historical materialism. Critique of the aesthetic of the sympathetic, meaning in it of content and form. Another less vulgar current of thought considers aesthetic to be the science of the sympathetic, of that with which we sympathize, which attracts, rejoices, gives us pleasure, and excites admiration. But the sympathetic is nothing but the image or representation of what pleases, and as such it is a complex fact, resulting from a constant element, the aesthetic element of representation, and from a variable element, the pleasing in its infinite forms, arising from all the various classes of values. In ordinary language, there is sometimes a feeling of repugnance at calling an expression beautiful, which is not an expression of the sympathetic. Hence the continual contrast between the point of view of the aesthetician or of the art critic and that of the ordinary person, who cannot succeed in persuading himself that the image of pain and of turpitude can be beautiful, or at least can be beautiful with as much right as the pleasing and the good. The opposition could be solved by distinguishing two different sciences, one of expression and the other of the sympathetic, if the latter could be the object of a special science, that is to say, if it were not, as has been shown, a complex fact. If predominance be given to the expressive fact, it becomes a part of Aesthetic as a science of expression. If to the pleasurable content, we fall back to the study of facts which are essentially hedonistic, utilitarian, however complicated they may appear. The origin also of the connection between content and form is to be sought for in the Aesthetic of the sympathetic, when this is conceived as the sum of two values. Aesthetic hedonism and moralism. In all the doctrines just now discussed, the art fact is posited as merely hedonistic, but this view cannot be maintained save by uniting it with a philosophic hedonism that is complete and not partial, that is to say, with a hedonism which does not admit any other form of value. Hardly has this hedonistic conception of art been received by philosophers, who admit one or more spiritual values, of truth or of morality, then the following question must necessarily be asked: what should be done with art? To what use should it be put? Should a free course be allowed to its pleasures? And if so, to what extent? The question of the end of art, which in the Aesthetic of expression would be a contradiction of terms, here appears in place and altogether logical. The rigoristic negation and the pedagogic justification of art. Now it is evident that, admitting the premises, but two solutions of such a question can be given, the one altogether negative, the other restrictive. The first, which we shall call rigoristic or ascetic, appears several times, although not frequently, in the history of ideas. It looks upon art as an inebriation of the senses, and therefore not only useless but harmful. According to this theory, then, it is necessary to drive it with all our strength from the human soul, which it troubles. The other solution, which we shall call pedagogic or moralistico-utilitarian, admits art, but only in so far as it concurs with the end of morality, in so far as it assists with innocent pleasure the work of him who leads to the true and the good, in so far as it sprinkles with dulcet balm the sides of the vase of wisdom and of morality. It is well to observe that it would be an error to divide this second view into intellectualist and moralistico-utilitarian, according to whether the end of leading to the true or to what is practically good be assigned to art. The task of instructing, which is imposed upon it, precisely because it is an end which is sought after and advised, is no longer merely a theoretical fact, but a theoretical fact become the material for practical action. It is not, therefore, intellectualism, but pedagogism and practicism. Nor would it be more exact to subdivide the pedagogic view into the pure utilitarian and the moralistico-utilitarian, because those who admit only the individually useful, the desire of the individual, precisely because they are absolute hedonists, have no motive for seeking an ulterior justification for art. But to enunciate these theories at the point to which we have attained is to confute them. We therefore restrict ourselves to observing that in the pedagogic theory of art is to be found another of the reasons why it has been erroneously claimed that the content of art should be chosen with a view to certain practical effects. Critique of pure beauty. The thesis, re-echoed by the artists, that art consists of pure beauty, has often been brought forward against hedonistic and pedagogic aesthetic, Heaven places all our joy in pure beauty, and the verse is everything. If it is wished that this should be understood in the sense that art is not to be confounded with sensual pleasure, that is, in fact, with utilitarian practicism, nor with moralism, then our aesthetic also must be permitted to adorn itself with the title of Aesthetic of Pure Beauty. But if, as is often the case, something mystical and transcendental be meant by this, something that is unknown to our poor human world, or something spiritual and beatific, but not expressive, we must reply that while applauding the conception of a beauty, free of all that is not the spiritual form of expression, we are yet unable to conceive a beauty altogether purified of expression, that is to say, separated from itself. End of chapter 11. Reading by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 12. Of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce, translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 12. The Aesthetic of the Sympathetic and Pseudo-aesthetic Concepts. Pseudo-aesthetic concepts and the aesthetic of the sympathetic. The doctrine of the sympathetic, very often animated and seconded in this by the capricious metaphysical and mystical aesthetic, and by that blind tradition which assumes an intimate connection between things by chance treated of together by the same authors and in the same books, has introduced and rendered familiar in systems of aesthetic a series of concepts, of which one example suffices to justify our resolute expulsion of them from our own treatise. Their catalogue is long, not to say interminable. Tragic, comic, sublime, pathetic, moving, sad, ridiculous, melancholy, tragicomic, humoristic, majestic, dignified, serious, grave, imposing, noble, decorous, graceful, attractive, piquant, coquettish, idyllic, elegiac, cheerful, violent, ingenuous, cruel, base, horrible, disgusting, dreadful, nauseating, the list can be increased at will. Since that doctrine took as its special object the sympathetic, it was naturally unable to neglect any of the varieties of this, or any of the combinations or gradations which lead at last from the sympathetic to the antipathetic. And seeing that the sympathetic content was held to be the beautiful, and the antipathetic the ugly, the varieties, tragic, comic, sublime, pathetic, etc., constituted for it the shades and gradations intervening between the beautiful and the ugly. Critique of the theory of the ugly in art and of the ugly surmounted. Having enumerated and defined, as well as it could, the chief among these varieties, the aesthetic of the sympathetic set itself the problem of the place to be assigned to the ugly in art. This problem is without meaning for us, who do not recognize any ugliness, save the anti-aesthetic or inexpressive, which can never form part of the aesthetic fact, being, on the contrary, its antithesis. But the question for the doctrine which we are here criticizing was to reconcile in some way the false and effective idea of art from which it started, reduced to the representation of the agreeable, with effective art, which occupies a far wider field. Hence the artificial attempt to settle what examples of the ugly, antipathetic, could be admitted in artistic representation, and for what reasons, and in what ways. The answer was, that the ugly is admissible only when it can be overcome, an unconquerable ugliness, such as the disgusting or the nauseating, being altogether excluded. Further, that the duty of the ugly, when admitted in art, is to contribute towards heightening the effect of the beautiful, sympathetic, by producing a series of contrasts, from which the pleasurable shall issue more efficacious and pleasure-giving. It is, in fact, a common observation that pleasure is more vividly felt when it has been preceded by abstinence or by suffering. Thus the ugly in art was looked upon as the servant of the beautiful, its stimulant and condiment. That special theory of hedonistic refinement, which used to be pompously called the surmounting of the ugly, falls with the general theory of the sympathetic, and with it the enumeration and the definition of the concepts mentioned above remain completely excluded from Aesthetic. For Aesthetic does not recognize the sympathetic or the antipathetic in their varieties, but only the spiritual activity of the representation. Pseudo-aesthetic concepts belong to psychology. However, the large space which, as we have said, those concepts have hitherto occupied in aesthetic treatises, makes opportune a rather more copious explanation of what they are. What will be their lot? As they are excluded from Aesthetic, in what other part of philosophy will they be received? Truly, in none. All those concepts are without philosophical value. They are nothing but a series of classes, which can be bent in the most various ways and multiplied at pleasure, to which it is sought to reduce the infinite complications and shadings of the values and disvalues of life. Of those classes, there are some that have an especially positive significance, like the beautiful, the sublime, the majestic, the solemn, the serious, the weighty, the noble, the elevated. Others have a significance especially negative, like the ugly, the horrible, the dreadful, the tremendous, the monstrous, the foolish, the extravagant. In others prevails a mixed significance, as is the case with the comic, the tender, the melancholy, the humorous, the tragicomic. The complications are infinite because the individuations are infinite. Hence it is not possible to construct the concepts save in the arbitrary and approximate manner of the natural sciences, whose duty it is to make as good a plan as possible of that reality which they cannot exhaust by enumeration, nor understand and surpass speculatively. And since psychology is the naturalistic discipline, which undertakes to construct types and plans of the spiritual processes of man, of which in fact it is always accentuating in our day the merely empirical and descriptive character, these concepts do not appertain to Aesthetic, nor in general to philosophy. They must simply be handed over to psychology. Impossibility of rigoristic definitions of them. As is the case with all other psychological constructions, so is it with those concepts. No rigorous definitions are possible, and consequently the one cannot be deduced from the other, and they cannot be connected in a system, as has nevertheless often been attempted, at great waste of time and without result. But it can be claimed as possible to obtain, apart from philosophical definitions recognized as impossible, empirical definitions universally acceptable as true. Since there does not exist a unique definition of a given fact, but innumerable definitions can be given of it, according to the cases and the objects for which they are made, so it is clear that if there were only one, and that the true one, this would no longer be an empirical, but a rigorous and philosophical definition. Speaking exactly, every time that one of the terms to which we have referred has been employed, or any other of the innumerable series, a definition of it has at the same time been given, expressed, or understood, and each one of these definitions has differed somewhat from the others, in some particular, perhaps of very small importance, such as tacit reference to some individual fact or other, which thus became especially an object of attention, and was raised to the position of a general type. So it happens that not one of such definitions satisfies him who hears it, nor does it satisfy even him who constructs it. For, the moment after, this same individual finds himself face to face with a new case, for which he recognizes that his definition is more or less insufficient, ill adapted, and in need of remodelling. It is necessary, therefore, to leave writers and speakers free to define the sublime or the comic, the tragic or the humoristic, on every occasion, as they please and as may seem suitable to their purpose. And if you insist upon obtaining an empirical definition of universal validity, we can but submit this one. The sublime, comic, tragic, humoristic, etc., is everything that is or will be so called by those who have employed or shall employ this word. Examples. Definitions of the sublime, the comic, and the humoristic. What is the sublime? The unexpected affirmation of an ultra-powerful moral force. That is one definition. But that other definition is equally good, which also recognizes the sublime where the force which declares itself is an ultra-powerful but immoral and destructive will. Both remain vague and assume no precise form until they are applied to a concrete case, which makes clear what is here meant by ultra-powerful and what by unexpected. They are quantitative concepts, but falsely quantitative, since there is no way of measuring them. They are at bottom metaphors, emphatic phrases, or logical tautologies. The humorous will be laughter mingled with tears, bitter laughter, the sudden passage from the comic to the tragic, and from the tragic to the comic romantic, the inverted sublime, war declared against every attempt at insincerity, compassion which is ashamed to lament, the mockery not of the fact but of the ideal itself, and whatever else may better please, according as it is desired to get a view of the physiognomy of this or that poet, of this or that poem, which is, in its uniqueness, its own definition, and though momentary and circumscribed, yet the sole adequate. The comic has been defined as the displeasure arising from the perception of a deformity immediately followed by a greater pleasure arising from the relaxation of our physical forces, which were strained in anticipation of a perception whose importance was foreseen. While listening to a narrative which, for example, should describe the magnificent and heroic purpose of a definite person, we anticipate in imagination the occurrence of an action both heroic and magnificent, and we prepare ourselves to receive it by straining our psychic forces. If, however, in a moment, instead of the magnificent and heroic action which the premises and the tone of the narrative had led us to expect, by an unexpected change there occur a slight, mean, foolish action, unequal to our expectation, we have been deceived, and the recognition of the deceit brings with it an instant of displeasure. But this instant is, as it were, overcome by the one immediately following, in which we are able to discard our strained attention, to free ourselves from the provision of psychic energy accumulated, and henceforth superfluous, to feel ourselves reasonable and relieved of a burden. This is the pleasure of the comic, with its physiological equivalent, laughter. If the unpleasant fact that has occurred should painfully affect our interests, pleasure would not arise, laughter would be at once choked, the psychic energy would be strained and overstrained by other more serious perceptions. If, on the other hand, such more serious perceptions do not arise, if the whole loss be limited to a slight deception of our foresight, then the supervening feeling of our psychic wealth affords ample compensation for this very slight displeasure. This, stated in a few words, is one of the most accurate modern definitions of the comic. It boasts of containing, justified or corrected, the manifold attempts to define the comic, from Hellenic antiquity to our own day. It includes Plato's dictum in the Philebus, and Aristotle's, which is more explicit. The latter looks upon the comic as an ugliness without pain. It contains the theory of Hobbes, who placed it in the feeling of individual superiority, of Kant, who saw in it a relaxation of tension, and those of other thinkers, for whom it was the contrast between great and small, between the finite and the infinite. But on close observation, the analysis and definition above given, although most elaborate and rigorous in appearance, yet enunciates characteristics which are applicable not only to the comic, but to every spiritual process, such as the succession of painful and agreeable moments, and the satisfaction arising from the consciousness of force and of its free development. The differentiation here given is that of quantitative determinations, to which limits cannot be assigned. They remain vague phrases, attaining to some meaning from their reference to this or that single comic fact. If such definitions be taken too seriously, there happens to them what Jean-Paul Richter said of all the definitions of the comic, namely, that their sole merit is to be themselves comic, and to produce in reality the fact, which they vainly try to define logically. And who will ever determine logically the dividing line between the comic and the non-comic, between smiles and laughter, between smiling and gravity? Who will cut into clearly divided parts that ever-varying continuity into which life melts? Relations between those concepts and aesthetic concepts. The facts, classified as well as possible in the above quoted psychological concepts, bear no relation to the artistic fact, beyond the generic that all of them, in so far as they designate the material of life, can be represented by art, and the other accidental relation, that aesthetic facts also may sometimes enter into the processes described, as in the impression of the sublime that the work of a titanic artist such as Dante or Shakespeare may produce, and that of the comic produced by the effort of a dauber or of a scribbler. The process is external to the aesthetic fact in this case also, for the only feeling linked with that is the feeling of aesthetic value and disvalue, of the beautiful and of the ugly. The Dantesque Farinata is aesthetically beautiful, and nothing but beautiful. If, in addition, the force of will of this personage appears sublime, or the expression that Dante gives him, by reason of his great genius, seems sublime by comparison with that of a less energetic poet, all this is not a matter for aesthetic consideration. This consists always and only in adequation to truth, that is, in beauty. End of chapter 12. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 13 of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 13. The so-called physically beautiful in nature and art. Aesthetic activity and physical concepts. Aesthetic activity is distinct from practical activity, but when it expresses itself is always physical accompanied by practical activity. Hence its utilitarian or hedonistic side, and the pleasure and pain, which are as it were the practical echo of aesthetic values and disvalues, of the beautiful and of the ugly. But this practical side of the aesthetic activity has also in its turn a physical or psychophysical accompaniment, which consists of sounds, tones, movements, combinations of lines and colours, and so on. Does it really possess this side, or does it only seem to possess it, as the result of the construction which we raise in physical science, and of the useful and arbitrary methods which we have shown to be proper to the empirical and abstract sciences? Our reply cannot be doubtful, that is, it cannot be affirmative as to the first of the two hypotheses. However, it will be better to leave it at this point in suspense, for it is not at present necessary to prosecute this line of inquiry any further. The mention already made must suffice to prevent our having spoken of the physical element, as of something objective and existing, for reasons of simplicity and adhesion to ordinary language, from leading to hasty conclusions as to the concepts and the connection between spirit and nature. Expression in the aesthetic sense and expression in the naturalistic sense. It is important to make clear that as the existence of the hedonistic side in every spiritual activity has given rise to the confusion between the aesthetic activity and the useful or pleasurable, so the existence, or, better, the possibility of constructing this physical side has generated the confusion between aesthetic expression and expression in the naturalistic sense, between a spiritual fact, that is to say, and a mechanical and passive fact, not to say between a concrete reality and an abstraction or fiction. In common speech, sometimes it is the words of the poet that are called expressions, the notes of the musician, or the figures of the painter. Sometimes the blush which is wont to accompany the feeling of shame, the pallor resulting from fear, the grinding of the teeth proper to violent anger, the glittering of the eyes, and certain movements of the muscles of the mouth which reveal cheerfulness. A certain degree of heat is also said to be the expression of fever, as the falling of the barometer is of rain, and even that the height of the rate of exchange expresses the discredit of the paper money of a state, or social discontent the approach of a revolution. One can well imagine what sort of scientific results would be attained by allowing oneself to be governed by linguistic usage, and placing in one sheaf facts so widely different. But there is, in fact, an abyss between a man who is the prey of anger with all its natural manifestations, and another man who expresses it aesthetically; between the aspect, the cries, and the contortions of one who is tortured with sorrow at the loss of a dear one, and the words or song with which the same individual portrays his torture at another moment; between the distortion of emotion and the gesture of the actor. Darwin's book on the expression of the feelings in man and animals does not belong to Aesthetic, because there is nothing in common between the science of spiritual expression and a semiotic, whether it be medical, meteorological, political, physiognomic, or chiromantic. Expression in the naturalistic sense simply lacks expression in the spiritual sense, that is to say, the characteristic itself of activity and of spirituality, and therefore the bipartition into poles of beauty and of ugliness. It is nothing more than a relation between cause and effect, fixed by the abstract intellect. The complete process of aesthetic production can be symbolized in 4 steps, which are: A. Impressions; B. Expression or spiritual aesthetic synthesis; C. Hedonistic accompaniment, or pleasure of the beautiful, aesthetic pleasure; D. Translation of the aesthetic fact into physical phenomena, sounds, tones, movements, combinations of lines and colours, etc. Anyone can see that the capital point, the only one that is properly speaking aesthetic and truly real, is in that B, which is lacking to the mere manifestation or naturalistic construction, metaphorically also called expression. The expressive process is exhausted when those 4 steps have been taken. It begins again with new impressions, a new aesthetic synthesis, and relative accompaniments. Intuitions and memory. Expressions or representations follow and expel one another. Certainly this passing away, this dissociation, is not perishing, it is not total elimination. Nothing of what is born dies with that complete death which would be identical with never having been born. Though all things pass away, yet none can die. The representations which we have forgotten also persist in some way in our spirit, for without them we could not explain acquired habits and capacities. Thus the strength of life lies in this apparent forgetting. One forgets what has been absorbed, and what life has superseded. But many other things, many other representations, are still efficacious elements in the actual processes of our spirit, and it is incumbent on us not to forget them, or to be capable of recalling them when necessity demands them. The will is always vigilant in this work of preservation, for it aims at preserving, so to say, the greater and more fundamental part of all our riches. Certainly its vigilance is not always sufficient. Memory, we know, leaves or betrays us in various ways. For this very reason, the vigilant will excogitates expedients, which help memory in its weakness, and are its aids. The production of aids to memory. We have already explained how these aids are possible. Expressions or representations are at the same time practical facts, which are also called physical facts, in so far as to the physical belongs the task of classifying them and reducing them to types. Now it is clear that if we can succeed in making those facts in some way permanent, it will always be possible, other conditions remaining equal, to reproduce in us, by perceiving it, the already produced expression or intuition. If that in which the practical concomitant acts, or, to use physical terms, the movements have been isolated and made in some sort permanent, be called the object or physical stimulus, and if it be designated by the letter E, then the process of reproduction will take place in the following order: E, the physical stimulus; D to B, perceptions of physical facts, sounds, tones, mimic, combinations of lines and colours, etc., which form together the aesthetic synthesis already produced; C, the hedonistic accompaniment, which is also reproduced. And what are those combinations of words which are called poetry, prose, poems, novels, romances, tragedies or comedies, but physical stimulants of reproduction, the E stage? What are those combinations of sound which are called operas, symphonies, sonatas, and what those of lines and of colours, which are called pictures, statues, architecture? The spiritual energy of memory, with the assistance of those physical facts above mentioned, makes possible the preservation and the reproduction of the intuitions produced, often so laboriously, by ourselves and by others. If the physiological organism, and with it memory, become weakened, if the monuments of art be destroyed, then all the aesthetic wealth, the fruit of the labours of many generations, becomes lessened and rapidly disappears. The physically beautiful. Monuments of art, which are the stimulants of aesthetic reproduction, are called beautiful things, or the physically beautiful. This combination of words constitutes a verbal paradox, because the beautiful is not a physical fact. It does not belong to things, but to the activity of man, to spiritual energy. But henceforth it is clear, through what wanderings and what abbreviations, physical things and facts, which are simply aids to the reproduction of the beautiful, end by being called elliptically beautiful things and physically beautiful. And now that we have made the existence of this ellipse clear, we shall ourselves make use of it without hesitation. Content and form, another meaning. The intervention of the physically beautiful serves to explain another meaning of the words content and form, as employed by aestheticians. Some call content the internal fact or expression, which is for us already form, and they call form the marble, the colours, the rhythm, the sounds, for us form no longer. Thus they look upon the physical fact as the form, which may or may not be joined to the content. This serves to explain another aspect of what is called aesthetic ugliness. He who has nothing definite to express may try to hide his internal emptiness with a flood of words, with sounding verse, with deafening polyphony, with painting that dazzles the eye, or by collocating great architectonic masses which arrest and disturb, although at bottom they convey nothing. Ugliness, then, is the arbitrary, the charlatanesque, and in reality, if the practical will do not intervene in the theoretic function, there may be absence of beauty, but never effective presence of the ugly. Natural and artificial beauty. Physical beauty is wont to be divided into natural and artificial beauty. Thus we reach one of the facts which has given great labour to thinkers: the beautiful in nature. These words often designate simply facts of practical pleasure. He alludes to nothing aesthetic who calls a landscape beautiful, where the eye rests upon verdure, where bodily motion is easy, and where the warm sun ray envelops and caresses the limbs. But it is nevertheless indubitable that on other occasions the adjective beautiful, applied to objects and scenes existing in nature, has a completely aesthetic signification. It has been observed that in order to enjoy natural objects aesthetically, we should withdraw them from their external and historical reality, and separate their simple appearance or origin from existence. That if we contemplate a landscape with our head between our legs in such a way as to remove ourselves from our wonted relations with it, the landscape appears as an ideal spectacle. That nature is beautiful only for him who contemplates her with the eye of the artist. That zoologists and botanists do not recognize beautiful animals and flowers. That natural beauty is discovered, and examples of discovery are the points of view pointed out by men of taste and imagination, and to which more or less aesthetic travellers and excursionists afterwards have recourse in pilgrimage, whence a more or less collective suggestion. That without the aid of the imagination no part of nature is beautiful, and that with such aid the same natural object or fact is now expressive, according to the disposition of the soul, now insignificant, now expressive of one definite thing, now of another, sad or glad, sublime or ridiculous, sweet or laughable. Finally, that natural beauty, which an artist would not to some extent correct, does not exist. All these observations are most just, and confirm the fact that natural beauty is simply a stimulus to aesthetic reproduction, which presupposes previous production. Without preceding aesthetic intuitions of the imagination, nature cannot arouse any at all. As regards natural beauty, man is like the mythical Narcissus at the fountain. They show further that since this stimulus is accidental, it is, for the most part, imperfect or equivocal. Leopardi said that natural beauty is rare, scattered, and fugitive. Every one refers the natural fact to the expression which is in his mind. One artist is, as it were, carried away by a laughing landscape, another by a rag shop, another by the pretty face of a young girl, another by the squalid countenance of an old ruffian. Perhaps the first will say that the rag shop and the ugly face of the old ruffian are disgusting, the second that the laughing landscape and the face of the young girl are insipid. They may dispute forever, but they will never agree save when they have supplied themselves with a sufficient dose of aesthetic knowledge, which will enable them to recognize that they are both right. Artificial beauty, created by man, is a much more ductile and efficacious aid to reproduction. Mixed beauty. In addition to these two classes, aestheticians also sometimes talk in their treatises of a mixed beauty. Of what is it a mixture? Just of natural and artificial. Whoso fixes and externalizes operates with natural materials, which he does not create, but combines and transforms. In this sense, every artificial product is a mixture of nature and artifice, and there would be no occasion to speak of a mixed beauty as of a special category. But it happens that, in certain cases, combinations already given in nature can be used a great deal more than in others, as for instance when we design a beautiful garden and include in our design groups of trees or ponds which are already there. On other occasions externalization is limited by the impossibility of producing certain effects artificially. Thus we may mix the colouring matters, but we cannot create a powerful voice or a personage and an appearance appropriate to this or that personage of a drama. We must therefore seek for them among things already existing, and make use of them when we find them. When, therefore, we adopt a great number of combinations already existing in nature, such as we should not be able to produce artificially if they did not exist, the result is called mixed beauty. Writings. We must distinguish from artificial beauty those instruments of reproduction called writings, such as alphabets, musical notes, hieroglyphics, and all pseudo-languages, from the language of flowers and flags to the language of patches, so much the vogue in the society of the 18th century. Writings are not physical facts which arouse directly impressions answering to aesthetic expressions. They are simple indications of what must be done in order to produce such physical facts. A series of graphic signs serves to remind us of the movements which we must execute with our vocal apparatus in order to emit certain definite sounds. If through practice we become able to hear the words without opening our mouths, and, what is much more difficult, to hear the sounds by running the eye down the page of the music, all this does not alter anything of the nature of the writings, which are altogether different from direct physical beauty. No one calls the book which contains the Divine Comedy, or the portfolio which contains Don Giovanni, beautiful in the same sense as the block of marble which contains Michelangelo's Moses, or the piece of coloured wood which contains the Transfiguration, are metaphorically called beautiful. Both serve for the reproduction of the beautiful, but the former by a far longer and far more indirect route than the latter. The beautiful as free and not free. Another division of the beautiful, which is still found in treatises, is that into free and not free. By beauties that are not free are understood those objects which have to serve a double purpose, extra-aesthetic and aesthetic, stimulants of intuitions. And since it appears that the first purpose limits and impedes the second, the beautiful object resulting therefrom has been considered as a beauty that is not free. Architectural works are especially cited, and precisely for this reason has architecture often been excluded from the number of the so-called fine arts. A temple must be above all things adapted to the use of a cult. A house must contain all the rooms requisite for commodity of living. They must be arranged with a view to this commodity. A fortress must be a construction capable of resisting the attacks of certain armies and the blows of certain instruments of war. It is therefore held that the architect's field is limited. He may be able to embellish to some extent the temple, the house, the fortress, but his hands are bound by the object of these buildings, and he can only manifest that part of his vision of beauty in their construction which does not impair their extrinsic but fundamental objects. Other examples are taken from what is called art applied to industry. Plates, glasses, knives, guns, and combs can be made beautiful, but it is held that their beauty must not so far exceed as to prevent our eating from the plate, drinking from the glass, cutting with the knife, firing off the gun, or combing one's hair with the comb. The same is said of the art of printing. A book should be beautiful, but not to the extent of its being difficult or impossible to read it. Critique of the beautiful that is not free. In respect to all this, we must observe in the first place that the external purpose, precisely because it is such, does not of necessity limit or trammel the other purpose of being a stimulus to aesthetic reproduction. Nothing, therefore, can be more erroneous than the thesis that architecture, for example, is by its nature not free and imperfect, since it must also fulfill other practical objects. Beautiful architectural works, however, themselves undertake to deny this by their simple presence. In the second place, not only are the two objects not necessarily in opposition, but we must add, the artist always has the means of preventing this contradiction from taking place. In what way? By taking, as the material of his intuition and aesthetic externalization, precisely the destination of the object, which serves a practical end. He will not need to add anything to the object in order to make it the instrument of aesthetic intuitions. It will be so, if perfectly adapted to its practical purpose. Rustic dwellings and palaces, churches and barracks, swords and ploughs, are beautiful, not in so far as they are embellished and adorned, but in so far as they express the purpose for which they were made. A garment is only beautiful because it is quite suitable to a given person in given conditions. The sword bound to the side of the warrior Rinaldo by the amorous Armida was not beautiful. So adorned that it seemed a useless ornament, not the warlike instrument of a warrior. It was beautiful, if you will, in the eyes and imagination of the sorceress, who loved her lover in this effeminate way. The aesthetic fact can always accompany the practical fact, because expression is truth. It cannot, however, be denied that aesthetic contemplation sometimes hinders practical use. For instance, it is a quite common experience to find certain new things so well adapted to their purpose, and yet so beautiful, that people occasionally feel scruples in maltreating them by using after contemplating them, which amounts to consuming them. It was for this reason that King Frederick William of Prussia evinced repugnance to ordering his magnificent grenadiers, so well suited for war, to endure the strain of battle. But his less aesthetic son, Frederick the Great, obtained from them excellent services. The stimulants of production. It might be objected to the explanation of the physically beautiful as a simple adjunct for the reproduction of the internally beautiful, that is to say, of expressions, that the artist creates his expressions by painting or by sculpturing, by writing or by composing, and that therefore the physically beautiful, instead of following, sometimes precedes the aesthetically beautiful. This would be a somewhat superficial mode of understanding the procedure of the artist, who never makes a stroke with his brush without having previously seen it with his imagination. And if he has not yet seen it, he will make the stroke, not in order to externalize his expression, which does not yet exist, but as though to have a rallying point for ulterior meditation and for internal concentration. The physical point on which he leans is not the physically beautiful instrument of reproduction, but what may be called a pedagogic means, similar to retiring into solitude, or to the many other expedients, frequently very strange, adopted by artists and philosophers, who vary in these according to their various idiosyncrasies. The old aesthetician Baumgarten advised poets to ride on horseback as a means of inspiration, to drink wine in moderation, and, provided they were chaste, to look at beautiful women. End of chapter 13. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 14. Of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865–1948. Chapter 14. Mistakes arising from the confusion between physic and aesthetic. It is necessary to mention a series of scientific mistakes which have arisen from the failure to understand the purely external relation between the aesthetic fact or artistic vision and the physical fact or instrument which serves as an aid to reproduce it. We must here indicate the proper criticism, which derives from what has already been said. Critique of aesthetic associationism. That form of associationism which identifies the aesthetic fact with the association of two images finds a place among these errors. By what path has it been possible to arrive at such a mistake, against which our aesthetic consciousness, which is a consciousness of perfect unity, never of duality, rebels? Just because the physical and the aesthetic facts have been considered separately, as two distinct images, which enter the spirit, the one drawn forth from the other, the one first and the other afterwards. A picture is divided into the image of the picture and the image of the meaning of the picture. A poem into the image of the words and the image of the meaning of the words. But this dualism of images is non-existent. The physical fact does not enter the spirit as an image, but causes the reproduction of the image, the only image, which is the aesthetic fact, in so far as it blindly stimulates the psychic organism and produces an impression answering to the aesthetic expression already produced. The efforts of the associationists, the usurpers of today in the field of aesthetic, to emerge from the difficulty and to reaffirm in some way the unity which has been destroyed by their principle of associationism, are highly instructive. Some maintain that the image called back again is unconscious. Others, leaving unconsciousness alone, hold that on the contrary it is vague, vaporous, confused, thus reducing the force of the aesthetic fact to the weakness of bad memory. But the dilemma is inexorable. Either keep association and give up unity, or keep unity and give up association. No third way out of the difficulty exists. Critique of aesthetic physic. From the failure to analyze so-called natural beauty thoroughly, and to recognize that it is simply an incident of aesthetic reproduction, and from having, on the contrary, looked upon it as given in nature, is derived all that portion of treatises upon aesthetic which is entitled The Beautiful in Nature, or Aesthetic Physic, sometimes even subdivided, save the mark, into aesthetic mineralogy, botany, and zoology. We do not wish to deny that such treatises contain many just remarks, and are sometimes themselves works of art, in so far as they represent beautifully the imaginings and fantasies, that is, the impressions of their authors. But we must state that it is scientifically false to ask oneself if the dog be beautiful and the ornithorhynchus ugly, if the lily be beautiful and the artichoke ugly. Indeed, the error is here double. On one hand, aesthetic physic falls back into the equivoque of the theory of artistic and literary classes by attempting to determine aesthetically the abstractions of our intellect. On the other, fails to recognize, as we said, the true formation of so-called natural beauty, for which the question as to whether some given individual animal, flower, or man be beautiful or ugly is altogether excluded. What is not produced by the aesthetic spirit, or cannot be referred to it, is neither beautiful nor ugly. The aesthetic process arises from the ideal relations in which natural objects are arranged. Critique of the theory of the beauty of the human body. The double error can be exemplified by the question, upon which whole volumes have been written, as to the beauty of the human body. Here it is necessary, above all things, to urge those who discuss this subject from the abstract toward the concrete, by asking, what do you mean by the human body? That of the male, of the female, or of the androgyne? Let us assume that they reply by dividing the inquiry into two distinct inquiries. As to the virile and feminine beauty, there really are writers who seriously discuss whether man or woman is the more beautiful. And let us continue, masculine or feminine beauty, but of what race of men, the white, the yellow, or the black, and whatever others there may be, according to the division of races. Let us assume that they limit themselves to the white race, and let us continue. What subspecies of the white race? And when we have restricted them gradually to one section of the white world, that is to say, to the Italian, Tuscan, Sienese, or Porta Camolia section, we will continue, very good, but at what age of the human body, and in what condition and state of development? That of the newborn babe, of the child, of the boy, of the adolescent, of the man of middle age, and so on. And is the man at rest or at work? Or is he occupied, as is Paul Potter's cow, or the Ganymede of Rembrandt? Having thus arrived by successive reductions at the individual omnimo determinatum, or better, at the man pointed out with the finger, it will be easy to expose the other error, by recalling what has been said about the natural fact, which is now beautiful, now ugly, according to the point of view, according to what is passing in the mind of the artist. Finally, if the Gulf of Naples have its detractors, and if there be artists who declare it inexpressive, preferring the gloomy firs, the clouds and perpetual north winds of the northern seas, Let it be believed, if possible, that such relativity does not exist for the human body, source of the most various suggestions. Critique of the beauty of geometric figures. The question of beauty of geometric figures is connected with aesthetic physic. But if by geometrical figures be understood the concepts of geometry, the concept of the triangle, the square, the cone, these are neither beautiful nor ugly, they are concepts. If, on the other hand, by such figures be understood bodies which possess definite geometrical forms, these will be ugly or beautiful, like every natural fact, according to the ideal connections in which they are placed. Some hold that those geometrical figures are beautiful which point upwards, since they give the suggestion of firmness and of force. It is not denied that such may be the case, but neither must it be denied that those also which give the impression of instability and of being crushed down may possess their beauty, where they represent just the ill-formed and the crushed, and that in these last cases the firmness of the straight line and the lightness of the cone or of the equilateral triangle would, on the contrary, seem elements of ugliness. Certainly such questions as to the beauty of nature and the beauty of geometry, like the others analogous of the historically beautiful and of human beauty, seem less absurd in the aesthetic of the sympathetic, which means at bottom, by the words aesthetic beauty, the representation of what is pleasing. But the pretension to determine scientifically what are the sympathetic contents and what are the irremediably antipathetic is none the less erroneous, even in the sphere of that doctrine and after the laying down of those premises. One can only answer such questions by repeating with an infinitely long postscript the sunt quos of the first ode of the first book of Horace, and the havi chi of Leopardi's letter to Carlo Pepoli. To each man his beautiful equals sympathetic, as to each man his fair one. Philography is not a science. Critique of another aspect of the imitation of nature. The artist sometimes has naturally existing facts before him in producing the artificial instrument, or physically beautiful. These are called his models, bodies, stuffs, flowers, and so on. Let us run over the sketches, the studies, and the notes of the artists. Leonardo noted down in his pocket-book, when he was working on the Last Supper, Giovannina, fantastic appearance, is at St. Catherine's at the hospital. Cristofano di Castiglione is at the Pietà, he has a fine head. Christ, Giovan Conte, is of the suite of Cardinal Mortaro, and so on. From this comes the illusion that the artist imitates nature, when it would perhaps be more exact to say that nature imitates the artist and obeys him. The theory that art imitates nature has sometimes been grounded upon the found sustenance in this illusion, as also its variant, more easily to be defended, which makes art the idealizer of nature. This last theory presents the process in a disorderly manner, indeed inversely to the true order. For the artist does not proceed from extrinsic reality in order to modify it by approaching it to the ideal, but he proceeds from the impression of external nature to expression, that is to say, to his ideal, and from this he passes to the natural fact, which he employs as the instrument of reproduction of the ideal fact. Critique of the theory of the elementary forms of the beautiful. Another consequence of the confusion between the aesthetic and the physical fact is the theory of the elementary forms of the beautiful. If expression, if the beautiful, be indivisible, the physical fact, in which it externalizes itself, can well be divided and subdivided. For example, a painted surface into lines and colours, groups and curves of lines, kinds of colours, and so on. A poem into strophes, verses, feet, syllables. A piece of prose into chapters, paragraphs, headings, periods, phrases, words, and so on. The parts thus obtained are not aesthetic facts, but smaller physical facts, cut up in an arbitrary manner. If this path were followed and the confusion persisted in, we should end by concluding that the true forms of the beautiful are atoms. The aesthetic law, several times promulgated, that beauty must have bulk, could be invoked against the atoms. It cannot be the imperceptibility of the too small, nor the unapprehensibility of the too large, but a bigness which depends upon perceptibility, not measurement, derives from a concept widely different from the mathematical. For what is called imperceptible and incomprehensible does not produce an impression, because it is not a real fact but a concept. The requisite of bulk in the beautiful is thus reduced to the effective reality of the physical fact, which serves for the reproduction of the beautiful. Critique of the search for the objective conditions of the beautiful. Continuing the search for the physical laws, or for the objective conditions of the beautiful, it has been asked, to what physical facts does the beautiful correspond? To what the ugly? To what unions of tones, colours, sizes, mathematically determinable? Such inquiries are as if in political economy one were to seek for the laws of exchange in the physical nature of the objects exchanged. The constant infecundity of the attempt should have at once given rise to some suspicion as to its vanity. In our times especially has the necessity for an inductive aesthetic been often proclaimed, of an aesthetic starting from below, which should proceed like natural science and not hasten its conclusions. Inductive? But aesthetic has always been both inductive and deductive, like every philosophical science. Induction and deduction cannot be separated, nor can they separately avail to characterize a true science. But the word inductive was not here pronounced accidentally and without special intention. It was wished to imply by its use that the aesthetic fact is nothing at bottom but a physical fact, which should be studied by applying to it the methods proper to the physical and natural sciences. With such a presupposition, and in such a faith, did inductive aesthetic, or aesthetic of the inferior, what pride in the modesty, begin its labours. It has conscientiously begun by making a collection of beautiful things, for example, of a great number of envelopes of various shapes and sizes, and has asked which of these give the impression of the beautiful and which of the ugly. As was to be expected, the inductive aestheticians speedily found themselves in a difficulty, for the same objects that appeared ugly in one aspect would appear beautiful in another. A yellow coarse envelope, which would be extremely ugly for the purpose of enclosing a love letter, is, however, just what is wanted for a writ served by process on stamped paper. This in its turn would look very bad, or seem at any rate an irony, if enclosed in a square English envelope. Such considerations of simple common sense should have sufficed to convince inductive aestheticians that the beautiful has no physical existence, and cause them to remit their vain and ridiculous quest. But no, they had recourse to an expedient, as to which we would find it difficult to say how far it belongs to natural science. They have sent their envelopes round from one to the other, and opened a referendum, thus striving to decide by the votes of the majority in what consists the beautiful and the ugly. We will not waste time over this argument, because we should seem to be turning ourselves into narrators of comic anecdotes, rather than expositors of aesthetic science and of its problems. It is an actual fact that the inductive aestheticians have not yet discovered one single law. Astrology of Aesthetic. He who dispenses with doctors is prone to abandon himself to charlatans. Thus it has befallen those who have believed in the natural laws of the beautiful. Artists sometimes adopt empirical canons, such as that of the proportions of the human body, or of the golden section, that is to say, of a line divided into two parts in such a manner that the less is to the greater, as is the greater to the whole line. BC is to AC equals AC is to AB. Such canons easily become their superstitions, and they attribute to such the success of their works. Thus Michelangelo left as a precept to his disciple Marco del Pino of Siena, that he should always make a pyramid serpentine figure multiplied by 1, 2, 3, a precept which did not enable Marco de Siena to emerge from that mediocrity which we can yet observe in his many works here in Naples. Others extracted from the sayings of Michelangelo the precept that serpentine undulating lines were the true lines of beauty. Whole volumes have been composed on these laws of beauty, on the golden section, and on the undulating and serpentine lines. These should, in our opinion, be looked upon as the astrology of aesthetic. End of chapter 14. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 15. Of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 15. The Activity of Externalization, Technique, and the Theory of the Arts. The practical activity of externalization. The fact of the production of the physically beautiful implies, as has already been remarked, a vigilant will, which persists in not allowing certain visions, intuitions, or representations to be lost. Such a will must be able to act with the utmost rapidity and, as it were, instinctively, and also be capable of long and laborious deliberations. Thus, and only thus, does the practical activity enter into relations with the aesthetic, that is to say, in effecting the production of physical objects which are aids to memory. Here it is not merely a concomitant, but really a distinct moment of the aesthetic activity. We cannot will or not will our aesthetic vision. We can, however, will or not will to externalize it, or better, to preserve and communicate or not to others the externalization produced. The technique of externalization. This volitional fact of externalization is preceded by a complex of various kinds of knowledge. These are known as techniques, like all knowledge which precedes the practical activity. Thus we talk of an artistic technique in the same metaphorical and elliptical manner that we talk of the physically beautiful, that is to say, in more precise language, knowledge employed by the practical activity engaged in producing stimuli to aesthetic reproduction. In place of employing so lengthy a phrase, we shall here avail ourselves of the vulgar terminology, since we are henceforward aware of its true meaning. The possibility of this technical knowledge at the service of artistic reproduction has caused people to imagine the existence of an aesthetic technique of internal expression, which is tantamount to saying a doctrine of the means of internal expression, which is altogether inconceivable. And we know well the reason why it is inconceivable. Expression, considered in itself, is primary theoretic activity, and in so far as it is this, it precedes the practical activity and the intellectual knowledge which illumines the practical activity, and is thus independent alike of the one and of the other. It also helps to illumine the practical activity, but is not illuminated by it. Expression does not employ means, because it has not an end. It has intuitions of things, but does not will them, and is thus indivisible into means and end. Thus, if it be said, as sometimes is the case, that a certain writer has invented a new technique of fiction or of drama, or that a painter has discovered a new mode of distribution of light, the word is used in a false sense, because the so-called new technique is really that romance itself, or that new picture itself. The distribution of light belongs to the vision itself of the picture, as the technique of a dramatist is his dramatic conception itself. On other occasions, the word technique is used to designate certain merits or defects in a work which is a failure, and it is said euphemistically that the conception is bad, but the technique is good, or that the conception is good and the technique is bad. On the other hand, when the different ways of painting in oils, or of etching, or of sculpturing in alabaster are discussed, then the word technique is in its place. But in such a case the adjective artistic is used metaphorically, and if a dramatic technique in the artistic sense is impossible, a theatrical technique is not impossible, that is to say, process of externalization of certain given aesthetic works. When, for instance, women were introduced on the stage in Italy in the second half of the 16th century, in place of men dressed as women, this was a true and real discovery in theatrical technique. Such, too, was the perfecting in the following century, by the impresarios of Venice, of machines for the rapid changing of the scenes. The theoretic techniques of the individual arts. The collection of technical knowledge at the service of artists, desirous of externalizing their expressions, can be divided into groups, which may be entitled theories of the arts. Thus is born a theory of architecture, comprising mechanical laws, information relating to the weight or to the resistance of the materials of construction or of fortification, manuals relating to the method of mixing chalk or stucco, a theory of sculpture containing advice as to the instruments to be used for sculpturing the various sorts of stone, for obtaining a successful fusion of bronze, for working with the chisel, for the exact copying of the model in chalk or plaster, for keeping chalk damp; a theory of painting, on the various techniques of tempera, of oil painting, of watercolour, of pastel, on the proportions of the human body, on the laws of perspective; a theory of oratory, with precepts as to the method of producing, of exercising, and of strengthening the voice, of mimic and gesture; a theory of music, on the combinations and fusions of tones and sounds, and so on. Such collections of precepts abound in all literatures, and since it soon becomes impossible to say what is useful and what useless to know, books of this sort become very often a sort of encyclopedias or catalogues of desiderata. Vitruvius, in his treatise on architecture, claims for the architect a knowledge of letters, of drawing, of geometry, of arithmetic, of optic, of history, of natural and moral philosophy, of jurisprudence, of medicine, of astrology, of music, and so on. Everything is worth knowing. Learn the art and lay it aside. It should be evident that such empirical collections are not reducible to a science. They are composed of notions, taken from various sciences and teachings, and their philosophical and scientific principles are to be found in them. To undertake the construction of a scientific theory of the different arts would be to wish to reduce to the single and homogeneous what is by nature multiple and heterogeneous. To wish to destroy the existence as a collection of what was put together precisely to form a collection. Were we to give a scientific form to the manuals of the architect, the painter, or the musician, it is clear that nothing would remain in our hands but the general principles of mechanic, optic, or acoustic, or if the especially artistic observations disseminated through it be extracted and isolated, and a science be made of them, then the sphere of the individual art is deserted, and that of aesthetic entered upon, for aesthetic is always general aesthetic, or better, it cannot be divided into general and special. This last case, that is the attempt to furnish a technique of aesthetic, is found when men possessing strong scientific instincts and a natural tendency to philosophy set themselves to work to produce such theories and technical manuals. Critique of the aesthetic theories of the individual arts. But the confusion between physic and aesthetic has attained to its highest degree when aesthetic theories of the different arts are imagined to answer such questions as: what are the limits of each art? What can be represented with colours, and what with sounds? what with simple monochromatic lines, and what with touches of various colours, what with notes, and what with metres and rhymes. What are the limits between the figurative and the auditional arts, between painting and sculpture, poetry and music? This, translated into scientific language, is tantamount to asking, what is the connection between acoustic and aesthetic expression, what between the latter and optic, and the like. Now, if there is no passage from the physical fact to the aesthetic, how could there be from the aesthetic to particular groups of aesthetic facts, such as the phenomena of optic or of acoustic? Critique of the classifications of the arts. The things called arts have no aesthetic limits, because, in order to have them, they would need to have also aesthetic existence, and we have demonstrated the altogether empirical genesis of those divisions. Consequently, any attempt at an aesthetic classification of the arts is absurd. If they be without limits, they are not exactly determinable, and consequently cannot be philosophically classified. All the books dealing with classifications and systems of the arts could be burned without any loss whatever. We say this with the utmost respect to the writers who have expended their labours upon them. The impossibility of such classifications finds, as it were, its proof in the strange methods to which recourse has been had to carry them out. The first and most common classification is that into arts of hearing, sight, and imagination, as if eyes, ears, and imagination were on the same level, and could be deduced from the same logical variable as foundation of the division. Others have proposed the division into arts of space and time, and arts of rest and motion, as if the concepts of space, time, rest, and motion could determine special aesthetic forms, or have anything in common with art as such. Finally, others have amused themselves by dividing them into classic and romantic, or into oriental, classic, and romantic, thereby conferring the value of scientific concepts on simple historical denominations, or adopting those pretended partitions of expressive forms already criticized above, or by talking of arts that can only be seen from one side, like painting, and of arts that can be seen from all sides, like sculpture, and similar extravagances which exist neither in heaven nor on the earth. The theory of the limits of the arts was, perhaps, at the time when it was put forward, a beneficial critical reaction against those who believed in the possibility of the flowing of one expression into another, as of the Iliad, or of Paradise Lost, into a series of paintings, and thus held a poem to be of greater or lesser value, according as it could or could not be translated into pictures by a painter. But if the rebellion were reasonable and victorious, this does not mean that the arguments adopted and the theories made as required were sound. Critique of the theory of the union of the arts. Another theory, which is a corollary to that of the limits of the arts, falls with them, that of the union of the arts. Granted different arts, distinct and limited, the questions were asked, what is the most powerful? Do we not obtain more powerful effects by uniting several? We know nothing of this. We know only, in each individual case, that certain given artistic intuitions have need of definite physical means for their reproduction, and that other artistic intuitions have need of other physical means. We can obtain the effect of certain dramas by simply reading them. Others need declamation and scenic display. Some artistic intuitions, for their full extrinsication, need words, song, musical instruments, colours, statuary, architecture, actors, while others are beautiful and complete in a single delicate sweep of the pen, or with a few strokes of the pencil. But it is false to suppose that declamation and scenic effects, and all the other things we have mentioned together, are more powerful than simply reading, or than the simple stroke with the pen and with the pencil. Because each of these facts or groups of facts has, so to say, a different object, and the power of the different means employed cannot be compared when the objects are different. Connection of the activity of externalization with utility and morality. Finally, it is only from the point of view of a clear and rigorous distinction between the true and proper aesthetic activity and the practical activity of externalization that we can solve the involved and confused questions as to the relations between art and utility, and art and morality. That art as art is independent alike of utility and of morality, as also of every volitional form, we have above demonstrated. Without this independence, it would not be possible to speak of an intrinsic value of art, nor indeed to conceive an aesthetic science, which demands the autonomy of the aesthetic fact as a necessity of its existence. But it would be erroneous to maintain that this independence of the vision or intuition or internal expression of the artist should be at once extended to the practical activity of externalization and of communication, which may or may not follow the aesthetic fact. If art be understood as the externalization of art, then utility and morality have a perfect right to deal with it, that is to say, the right one possesses to deal with one's own household. We do not, as a matter of fact, externalize and fix all of the many expressions and intuitions which we form in our mind. We do not declare our every thought in a loud voice, or write down, or print, or draw, or colour, or expose it to the public gaze. We select from the crowd of intuitions which are formed, or at least sketched within us, and the selection is governed by selection of the economic conditions of life and of its moral direction. Therefore, when we have formed an intuition, it remains to decide whether or no we should communicate it to others, and to whom, and when, and how, all of which considerations fall equally under the utilitarian and ethical criterion. Thus we find the concepts of selection, of the interesting, of morality, of an educational end, of popularity, etc., to some extent justified, although these can in no wise be justified as imposed upon art as art, and we have ourselves denounced them in pure aesthetic. Error always contains an element of truth. He who formulated those erroneous aesthetic propositions had his eye on practical facts, which attach themselves externally to the aesthetic fact in economic and moral life. By all means, be partisans of a yet greater liberty in the vulgarization of the means of aesthetic reproduction. We are of the same opinion, and let us leave the proposals for legislative measures, and for actions to be instigated against immoral art, to hypocrites, to the ingenuous, and to idlers. But the proclamation of this liberty, and the fixation of its limits, how wide soever they be, is always the affair of morality, and it would in any case be out of place to invoke that highest principle, that fundamentum aestheticis, which is the independence of art, in order to deduce from it the guiltlessness of the artist, who in the externalization of his imaginings should calculate upon the unhealthy tastes of his readers, or that licenses should be granted to the hawkers who sell obscene statuettes in the streets. This last case is the affair of the police. The first must be brought before the tribunal of the moral conscience. The aesthetic judgment on the work of art has nothing to do with the morality of the artist, in so far as he is a practical man, nor with the precautions to be taken that art may not be employed for evil purposes alien to its essence, which is pure theoretic contemplation. End of chapter 15. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 16. Of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic, by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 16. Taste and the reproduction of art. Aesthetic judgment, its identity with aesthetic reproduction. When the entire aesthetic and externalizing process has been completed, when a beautiful expression has been produced and fixed in a definite physical material, what is meant by judging it? To reproduce it in oneself, answer the critics of art, almost with one voice. Very good, let us try thoroughly to understand this fact, and with that object in view, let us represent it schematically. The individual A is seeking the expression of an impression, which he feels or has a presentiment of, but has not yet expressed. Behold him trying various words and phrases, which may give the sought-for expression, which must exist, but which he does not know. He tries the combination M, but rejects it as unsuitable, inexpressive, incomplete, ugly. He tries the combination N, with a like result. He does not see anything, or he does not see clearly. The expression still flies from him. After other vain attempts, during which he sometimes approaches, sometimes leaves the sign that offers itself, all of a sudden, almost as though formed spontaneously of itself, he creates the sought-for expression, and lux facta est. He enjoys for an instant aesthetic pleasure, or the pleasure of the beautiful. The ugly, with its correlative displeasure, was the aesthetic activity which had not succeeded in conquering the obstacle. The beautiful is the expressive activity which now displays itself triumphant. We have taken this example from the domain of speech, as being nearer and more accessible, and because we all talk, though we do not all draw or paint. Now, if another individual, whom we shall term B, desire to judge this expression and decide whether it be beautiful or ugly, he must of necessity place himself at A's point of view, and go through the whole process again, with the help of the physical sign supplied to him by A. If A has seen clearly, then B, who has placed himself at A's point of view, will also see clearly, and will find this expression beautiful. If A has not seen clearly, then B also will not see clearly, and will find the expression more or less ugly, just as A did. Impossibility of divergences. It may be observed that we have not taken into consideration two other cases, that of A having a clear and B an obscure vision, and that of A having an obscure and B a clear vision. Philosophically speaking, these two cases are impossible. Spiritual activity, precisely because it is activity, is not a caprice, but a spiritual necessity, and it cannot solve a definite aesthetic problem, save in one way, which is the right way. Doubtless certain facts may be adduced, which appear to contradict this deduction. Thus, works which seem beautiful to artists are judged to be ugly by the critics, while works with which the artists were displeased, and judged imperfect or failures, are held to be beautiful and perfect by the critics. But this does not mean anything, save that one of the two is wrong, either the critics or the artists, or in one case the artist and in another the critic. In fact, the producer of an expression does not always fully realize what has happened in his soul. Haste, vanity, want of reflection, theoretic prejudices, make people say, and sometimes others almost believe, that works of ours are beautiful, which, if we were truly to turn inwards upon ourselves, we should see ugly, as they really are. Thus poor Don Quixote, when he had mended his helmet as well as he could with cardboard, the helmet that had showed itself to possess but the feeblest force of resistance at the first encounter, took good care not to test it again with a well-delivered sword thrust, but simply declared and maintained it to be, says the author, por gelada finissima de encaxe. And in other cases, the same reasons, or opposite but analogous ones, trouble the consciousness of the artist, and cause him to disapprove of what he has successfully produced, or to strive to undo and do again worse what he has done well, in his artistic spontaneity. An example of this is the Gerusalemme conquistata. In the same way, haste, laziness, want of reflection, theoretic prejudices, personal sympathies, or animosities, and other motives of a similar sort, sometimes cause the critics to proclaim beautiful what is ugly, and ugly what is beautiful. Were they to eliminate such disturbing elements, they would feel the work of art as it really is, and would not leave to posterity that more diligent and more dispassionate judge to award the palm, or to do that justice which they have refused. Identity of taste and genius. It is clear from the preceding theorem that the judicial activity, which criticizes and recognizes the beautiful, is identical with that which produces it. The only difference lies in the diversity of circumstances, since in the one case it is a question of aesthetic production, in the other of reproduction. The judicial activity is called taste. The productive activity is called genius. Genius and taste are therefore substantially identical. The common remark that the critic should possess some of the genius of the artist, and that the artist should possess taste, reveals a glimpse of this identity, or that there exists an active, productive taste and a passive, reproductive taste. But a denial of this is contained in other equally common remarks, as when people speak of taste without genius, or of genius without taste. These last observations are meaningless, unless they be taken as alluding to quantitative differences. In this case, those would be called geniuses without taste, who produce works of art inspired in their culminating parts, and neglected and defective in their secondary parts, and those men of taste without genius, who succeed in obtaining certain isolated or secondary effects, but do not possess the power necessary for a vast artistic synthesis. Analogous explanations can easily be given of other similar propositions. But to posit a substantial difference between genius and taste, between artistic production and reproduction, would render communication and judgment alike inconceivable. How could we judge what remained extraneous to us? How could that which is produced by a given activity be judged by a different activity? The critic will be a small genius, the artist a great genius. The one will have the strength of 10, the other of 100. The former, in order to raise himself to the altitude of the latter, will have need of his assistance. But the nature of both must be the same. In order to judge Dante, we must raise ourselves to his level. Let it be well understood that empirically we are not Dante, nor Dante we, but in that moment of judgment and contemplation our spirit is one with that of the poet, and in that moment we and he are one single thing. In this identity alone resides the possibility that our little souls can unite with great souls, and become great with them, in the universality of the spirit. Analogy with the other activities. Let us remark in passing that what has been said of the aesthetic judgment holds good equally for every other activity and for every other judgment, and that scientific, economic, and ethical criticism is effected in a like manner. To limit ourselves to this last, it is only if we place ourselves ideally in the same conditions in which he who took a given resolution found himself, that we can form a judgment as to whether his resolution were moral or immoral. An action would otherwise remain incomprehensible, and therefore impossible to judge. A homicide may be a rascal or a hero. If this be, within limits, indifferent as regards the safety of society, which condemns both to the same punishment, it is not indifferent to him who wishes to distinguish and to judge from the moral point of view, and we cannot dispense with studying again the individual psychology of the homicide, in order to determine the true nature of his deed, not merely in its judicial, but also in its moral aspect. In ethic, a moral taste or tact is sometimes referred to, which answers to what is generally called moral conscience, that is to say, to the activity itself of goodwill. Critique of absolutism, intellectualism, and of aesthetic relativism. The explanation above given of aesthetic judgment or reproduction at once affirms and denies the position of the absolutists and relativists, of those, that is to say, who affirm and of those who deny the existence of an absolute taste. The absolutists, who affirm that they can judge of the beautiful, are right, but the theory on which they found their affirmation is not maintainable. They conceive of the beautiful, that is, of aesthetic value, as of something placed outside the aesthetic activity, as if it were a model or a concept which an artist realizes in his work, and of which the critic avails himself afterwards in order to judge the work itself. Concepts and models alike have no existence in art, for by proclaiming that every art can be judged only in itself, and has its own model in itself, they have attained to the denial of the existence of objective models of beauty, whether they be intellectual concepts or ideas suspended in the metaphysical sky. In proclaiming this, the adversaries, the relativists, are perfectly right, and accomplish a progress. However, the initial rationality of their thesis becomes in its turn a false theory. Repeating the old adage that there is no accounting for tastes, they believe that aesthetic expression is of the same nature as the pleasant and the unpleasant, which every one feels in his own way, and as to which there is no disputing. But we know that the pleasant and the unpleasant are utilitarian and practical facts. Thus the relativists deny the peculiarity of the aesthetic fact, again confounding expression with impression, the theoretic with the practical. The true solution lies in rejecting alike relativism or psychologism and false absolutism, and in recognizing that the criterion of taste is absolute, but absolute in a different way from that of the intellect, which is developed by reason. The criterion of taste is absolute with the intuitive absoluteness of the imagination. Thus every act of expressive activity, which is so really, will be recognized as beautiful, and every fact in which expressive activity and passivity are found engaged with one another in an unfinished struggle, will be recognized as ugly. Critique of relative relativism. There lies between absolutists and relativists a third class, which may be called that of the relative relativists. These affirm the existence of absolute values in other fields, such as logic and ethic, but deny their existence in the field of aesthetic. To them it appears natural and justifiable to dispute about science and morality, because science rests on the universal, common to all men, and morality on duty, which is also a law of human nature. But how, they say, can one dispute about art, which rests on imagination? Not only, however, is the imaginative activity universal and belongs to human nature, like the logical concept and practical duty, but we must oppose a capital objection to this intermediary thesis. If the absolute nature of the imagination were denied, we should be obliged to deny also that of intellectual or conceptual truth, and implicitly of morality. Does not morality presuppose logical distinctions? How could these be known otherwise than by expressions and words, that is to say, in imaginative form? If the absoluteness of the imagination were removed, spiritual life would tremble to its base. One individual would no longer understand another, nor indeed his own self of a moment before, which, when considered a moment after, is already another individual. Objection founded on the variation of the stimulus and on the psychic disposition. Nevertheless, variety of judgments is an indisputable fact. Men are at variance in their logical, ethical, and economical appreciations, and they are equally or even more at variance in their aesthetic appreciations. If certain reasons detailed by us above, such as haste, prejudices, passions, etc., may be held to lessen the importance of this disagreement, they do not thereby annul it. We have been cautious when speaking of the stimuli of reproduction, for we said that reproduction takes place if all the other conditions remain equal. Do they remain equal? Does the hypothesis correspond to reality? It would appear not. In order to reproduce several times an impression by employing a suitable physical stimulus, it is necessary that this stimulus be not changed, and that the organism remain in the same psychical condition as those in which was experienced the impression that it is desired to reproduce. Now it is a fact that the physical stimulus is continually changing, and in like manner the psychological conditions. Oil paintings grow dark, frescoes pale, statues lose noses, hands, and legs, architecture becomes totally or partially a ruin, the tradition of the execution of a piece of music is lost, the text of a poem is corrupted by bad copyists or bad printing. These are obvious instances of the changes which daily occur in objects or physical stimuli. As regards psychological conditions, we will not dwell upon the cases of deafness or blindness, that is to say, upon the loss of entire orders of psychical impressions. These cases are secondary and of less importance compared with the fundamental, daily, inevitable, and perpetual changes of the society around us, and of the internal conditions of our individual life. The phonic manifestations, that is, the words and verses of the Dantesque Commedia, must produce a very different impression on a citizen engaged in the politics of the Third Rome, to that experienced by a well-informed and intimate contemporary of the poet. The Madonna of Cimabue is still in the church of Santa Maria Novella, but does she speak to the visitor of to-day as she spoke to the Florentines of the 13th century? Even though she were not also darkened by time, would not the impression be altogether different? And finally, how can a poem composed in youth make the same impression on the same individual poet when he rereads it in his old age, with his psychic dispositions altogether changed? Critique of the division of signs into natural and conventional. It is true that certain aestheticians have attempted a distinction between stimuli and stimuli, between natural and conventional signs. They would grant to the former a constant effect on all, to the latter only on a limited circle. In their belief, signs employed in painting are natural, while the words of poetry are conventional. But the difference between the one and the other is only of degree. It has often been affirmed that painting is a language which all understand, while with poetry it is otherwise. Here, for example, Leonardo placed one of the prerogatives of his art, which hath not need of interpreters of different languages, as have letters, and in it man and brute find satisfaction. He relates the anecdote of that portrait of the father of a family, which the little grandchildren were wont to caress while they were still in swaddling clothes, and the dogs and cats of the house in like manner. But other anecdotes, such as those of the savages who took the portrait of a soldier for a boat, or considered the portrait of a man on horseback as furnished with only one leg, are apt to shake one's faith in the understanding of painting by sucklings, dogs, and cats. Fortunately, no arduous researches are necessary to convince oneself that pictures, poetry, and every work of art produce no effects save on souls prepared to receive them. Natural signs do not exist, because they are all conventional in a like manner, or, to speak with greater exactitude, all are historically conditioned. The surmounting of variety. This being so, how are we to succeed in causing the expression to be reproduced by means of the physical object? How obtain the same effect when the conditions are no longer the same? Would it not rather seem necessary to conclude that expressions cannot be reproduced despite the physical instruments made by man for the purpose, and that what is called reproduction consists in ever new expressions? Such would indeed be the conclusion, if the variety of physical and psychic conditions were intrinsically unsurmountable. But since the insuperability has none of the characteristics of necessity, we must on the contrary conclude that the reproduction always occurs when we can replace ourselves in the conditions in which the stimulus, physical beauty, was produced. Not only can we replace ourselves in these conditions, as an abstract possibility, but as a matter of fact we do so continually. Individual life, which is communion with ourselves, with our past, and social life, which is communion with our like, would not otherwise be possible. Restorations and historical interpretation. As regards the physical object, paleographers and philologists who restore to texts their original physiognomy, restorers of pictures and of statues, and similar categories of workers, exert themselves to preserve or to give back to the physical object all its primitive energy. These efforts certainly do not always succeed, or are not completely successful, for never, or hardly ever, is it possible to obtain a restoration complete in its smallest details. But the unsurmountable is only accidentally present, and cannot cause us to fail to recognize the favourable results which are nevertheless obtained. Historical interpretation, likewise, labours to reintegrate in us historical conditions which have been altered in the course of history. It revives the dead, completes the fragmentary, and affords us the opportunity of seeing a work of art, a physical object, as its author saw it at the moment of production. A condition of this historical labour is tradition, with the help of which it is possible to collect the scattered rays and cause them to converge on one centre. With the help of memory, we surround the physical stimulus with all the facts among which it arose, and thus we make it possible for it to react upon us, as it acted upon him who produced it. When the tradition is broken, interpretation is arrested. In this case, the products of the past remain silent for us. Thus the expressions contained in the Etruscan or Messapian inscriptions are unattainable. Thus we still hear discussions among ethnographers as to certain products of the art of savages, whether they be pictures or writings. Thus archaeologists and prehistorians are not always able to establish with certainty whether the figures found on the ceramic of a certain region and on other instruments employed be of a religious or of a profane nature. But the arrest of interpretation, as that of restoration, is never a definitely unsurmountable barrier, and the daily discoveries of historical sources and of new methods of better exploiting antiquity, which we may hope to see ever improving, link up broken tradition. We do not wish to deny that erroneous historical interpretation produces at times what we may term palimpsests, new expressions imposed upon the antique artistic imaginings instead of historical reproductions. The so-called fascination of the past depends in part upon these expressions of ours, which we weave into historical expressions. Thus in Hellenic plastic art has been discovered the calm and serene intuition of life of those peoples who feel nevertheless so poignantly the universality of sorrow. Thus has recently been discerned on the faces of the Byzantine saints the terror of the millennium, a terror which is an equivoque, or an artificial legend invented by modern scholars. But historical criticism tends precisely to circumscribe vain imaginings, and to establish with exactitude the point of view from which we must look. Thus we live in communication with other men of the present and of the past, and we must not conclude, because sometimes, and indeed often, we find ourselves face to face with the unknown or the badly known, that when we believe we are engaged in a dialogue, we are always speaking a monologue, nor that we are unable even to repeat the monologue, which in the past we held with ourselves. End of chapter 16. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 17 of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865–1948. Chapter 17. The History of Literature and Art. Historical criticism in literature and art, its importance. This brief exposition of the method by which is obtained reintegration of the original conditions in which the work of art was produced, and by which reproduction and judgment are made possible, shows how important is the function fulfilled by historical research concerning artistic and literary works, that is to say, by what is usually called historical criticism or method in literature and art. Without tradition and historical criticism, the enjoyment of all or nearly all works of art produced by humanity would be irrevocably lost. We should be little more than animals, immersed in the present alone, or in the most recent past. Only fools despise and laugh at him who reconstitutes an authentic text, explains the sense of words and customs, investigates the conditions in which an artist lived, and accomplishes all those labours which revive the qualities and the original colouring of works of art. Sometimes the depreciatory or negative judgment refers to the presumed or proved uselessness of many researches made to recover the correct meaning of artistic works. But it must be observed, in the first place, that historical research does not only fulfil the task of helping to reproduce and judge artistic works. The biography of a writer or of an artist, for example, and the study of the costume of a period also possess their own interest, foreign to the history of art, but not foreign to other forms of history. If allusion be made to those researches which do not appear to have interest of any kind, nor to fulfil any purpose, it must be replied that the historical student must often reconcile himself to the useful, but little glorious, office of a cataloguer of facts. These facts remain for the time being formless, incoherent, and insignificant. But they are preserves or mines for the historian of the future, and for whomsoever may afterward want them for any purpose. In the same way, books which nobody asks for are placed on the shelves and are noted in the catalogues, because they may be asked for at some time or other. Certainly, in the same way that an intelligent librarian gives the preference to the acquisition and to the cataloguing of those books which he foresees may be of more or better service, so do intelligent students possess the instinct as to what is or may more probably be useful from among the mass of facts which they are investigating. Others, on the other hand, less well endowed, less intelligent, or more hasty in producing, accumulate useless selections, rejections, and erasures, and lose themselves in refinements and gossipy discussions. But this appertains to the economy of research, and is not our affair. At the most, it is the affair of the master who selects the subjects, of the publisher who pays for the printing, and of the critic who is called upon to praise or to blame the students for their researches. On the other hand, it is evident that historical research, directed to illuminate a work of art by placing us in a position to judge it, does not alone suffice to bring it to birth in our spirit. Taste, and an imagination trained and awakened, are likewise presupposed. The greatest historical erudition may accompany a taste in part gross or defective, a lumbering imagination, or, as it is generally phrased, a cold hard heart closed to art. Which is the lesser evil? Great erudition and defective taste, or natural good taste and great ignorance? The question has often been asked, and perhaps it will be best to deny its possibility, because one cannot tell which of two evils is the less, or what exactly that means. The merely learned man never succeeds in entering into communication with the great spirits, and keeps wandering for ever about the outer courts, the staircases, and the antechambers of their palaces. But the gifted ignoramus either passes by masterpieces which are to him inaccessible, or instead of understanding the works of art as they really are, he invents others with his imagination. Now, the labour of the former may at least serve to enlighten others, but the ingenuity of the latter remains altogether sterile. How then can we fail to prefer the conscientious learned man to the inconclusive man of talent, who is not really talented, if he resign himself, and in so far as he resigns himself, to come to no conclusion? Literary and artistic history, its distinction from historical criticism and from artistic judgment. It is necessary to distinguish accurately the history of art and literature from those historical labours which make use of works of art, but for extraneous purposes, such as biography, civil, religious, and political history, etc., and also from historical erudition, whose object is preparation for the aesthetic synthesis of reproduction. The difference between the first of these is obvious. The history of art and literature has the works of art themselves for principal subject. The other branches of study call upon and interrogate works of art, but only as witnesses, from which to discover the truth of facts which are not aesthetic. The second difference, to which we have referred, may seem less profound, however it is very great. Erudition devoted to rendering clear again the understanding of works of art aims simply at making appear a certain internal fact, an aesthetic reproduction. Artistic and literary history, on the other hand, does not appear until such reproduction has been obtained. It demands, therefore, further labour. Like all other history, its object is to record precisely such facts as have really taken place, that is, artistic and literary facts. A man who, after having acquired the requisite historical erudition, reproduces in himself and tastes a work of art, may remain simply a man of taste, or express at the most his own feeling, with an exclamation of beautiful or ugly. This does not suffice for the making of a historian of literature and art. There is further need that the simple act of reproduction be followed in him by a second internal operation. What is this new operation? It is, in its turn, an expression. The expression of the reproduction. The historical description, exposition, or representation. There is this difference, then, between the man of taste and the historian. The first merely reproduces in his spirit the work of art. The second, after having reproduced it, represents it historically, thus applying to it those categories by which, as we know, history is differentiated from pure art. Artistic and literary history is, therefore, a historical work of art founded upon one or more works of art. The denomination of artistic or literary critic is used in various senses. Sometimes it is applied to the student who devotes his services to literature, sometimes to the historian who reveals the works of art of the past in their reality, more often to both. By critic is sometimes understood, in a more restricted sense, he who judges and describes contemporary literary works, and by historian, he who is occupied with less recent works. These are but linguistic usages and empirical distinctions, which may be neglected, because the true difference lies between the learned man, the man of taste, and the historian of art. These words designate, as it were, three successive stages of work, of which each is relatively independent of the one that follows, but not of that which precedes. As we have seen, a man may be simply learned, yet possess little capacity for understanding works of art. He may indeed be both learned and possess taste, yet be unable to write a page of artistic and literary history. But the true and complete historian, while containing in himself, as necessary prerequisites, Both the learned man and the man of taste must add to their qualities the gift of historical comprehension and representation. The method of artistic and literary history. The method of artistic and literary history presents problems and difficulties, some common to all historical method, others peculiar to it, because they derive from the concept of art itself. Critique of the problem of the origin of art. History is wont to be divided into the history of man, the history or nature, and the mixed history of both the preceding. Without examining here the question of the solidity of this division, it is clear that artistic and literary history belongs in any case to the first, since it concerns a spiritual activity, that is to say, an activity proper to man. And since this activity is its subject, the absurdity of propounding the historical problem of the origin of art becomes at once evident. We should note that by this formula many different things have in turn been included on many different occasions. Origin has often meant nature or disposition of the artistic fact, and here was a real scientific or philosophic problem, the very problem, in fact, which our treatise has tried to solve. At other times, by origin has been understood the ideal genesis, the search for the reason of art, the deduction of the artistic fact from a first principle containing in itself both spirit and nature. This is also a philosophical problem, and it is complementary to the preceding. Indeed, it coincides with it, though it has sometimes been strangely interpreted and solved by means of an arbitrary and semi-fantastic metaphysic. But when it has been sought to discover further exactly in what way the artistic function was historically formed, this has resulted in the absurdity to which we have referred. If expression be the first form of consciousness, how can the historical origin be sought of what is presupposed not to be a product of nature and of human history? How can we find the historical genesis of that which is a category, by means of which every historical genesis and fact are understood? The absurdity has arisen from the comparison with human institutions, which have, in fact, been formed in the course of history, and which have disappeared, or may disappear in its course. There exists between the aesthetic fact and a human institution, such as monogamic marriage or the fief, a difference to some extent comparable with that between simple and compound bodies in chemistry. It is impossible to indicate the formation of the former, otherwise they would not be simple, and if this be discovered, they cease to be simple and become compound. The problem of the origin of art historically understood is only justified when it is proposed to seek not for the formation of the function, but where and when art has appeared for the first time, appeared, that is to say, in a striking manner, at what point or in what region of the globe, and at what point or epoch of its history, when, that is to say, not the origin of art, but its most antique or primitive history, is the object of research. This problem forms one with that of the appearance of human civilization on the earth. Data for its solution are certainly wanting, but there yet remains the abstract possibility, and certainly attempts and hypotheses for its solution abound. History and the criterion of progress. Every form of human history has the concept of progress for foundation. But by progress must not be understood the imaginary and metaphysical law of progress, which should lead the generations of man with irresistible force to some unknown destiny, according to a providential plan which we can logically divine and understand. A supposed law of this sort is the negation of history itself, of that accidentality, that empiricity, that contingency, which distinguish the concrete fact from the abstraction. And for the same reason, progress has nothing to do with the so-called law of evolution. If evolution mean the concrete fact of reality which evolves, that is, which is reality, it is not a law. If, on the other hand, it be a law, it becomes confounded with the law of progress in the sense just described. The progress of which we speak here is nothing but the concept of human activity itself, which, working upon the material supplied to it by nature, conquers obstacles and bends nature to its own ends. Such conception of progress, that is to say, of human activity applied to a given material, is the point of view of the historian of humanity. No one but a mere collector of stray facts, a simple seeker, or an incoherent chronicler, can put together the smallest narrative of human deeds, unless he have a definite point of view, that is to say, an intimate personal conviction regarding the conception of the facts which he has undertaken to relate. The historical work of art cannot be achieved among the confused and discordant mass of crude facts, save by means of this point of view, which makes it possible to carve a definite figure from that rough and incoherent mass. The historian of a practical action should know what is economy and what morality. The historian of mathematics, what are mathematics. The historian of botany, what is botany. The historian of philosophy, what is philosophy. But if he do not really know these things, he must at least have the illusion of knowing them. Otherwise he will never be able to delude himself that he is writing history. We cannot delay here to demonstrate the necessity and the inevitability of this subjective criterion in every narrative of human affairs. We will merely say that this criterion is compatible with the utmost objectivity, impartiality, and scrupulosity in dealing with data, and indeed forms a constitutive element of such subjective criterion. It suffices to read any book of history to discover at once the point of view of the author, if he be a historian worthy of the name and know his own business. There exist liberal and reactionary, rationalist and Catholic historians, who deal with political or social history. For the history of philosophy there are metaphysical, empirical, sceptical, idealist, and spiritualist historians. Absolutely historical historians do not and cannot exist. Can it be said that Thucydides and Polybius, Livy and Tacitus, Machiavelli and Guicciardini, Giannone and Voltaire, were without moral and political views? And in our time, Guizot or Thiers, Macaulay or Balbo, Ranke or Mommsen? And in the history of philosophy, from Hegel, who was the first to raise it to a great elevation, to Ritter, Zeller, Cousin, Lewes, and Arspaventa, was there one who did not possess his conception of progress and criterion of judgment? Is there one single work of any value in the history of Aesthetic which has not been written from this or that point of view, with this or that bias, Hegelian or Herbartian, from a sensualist or from an eclectic point of view, and so on? If the historian is to escape from the inevitable necessity of taking a side, he must become a political and scientific eunuch, and history is not the business of eunuchs. They would at most be of use in compiling those great tomes of not useless erudition, Illumbus atque fracta, which are called, not without reason, monkish. If then the concept of progress, the point of view, the criterion, be inevitable, the best to be done is not to try and escape from them, but to obtain the best possible. Everyone strives for this end, when he forms his own convictions seriously and laboriously. Historians who profess to wish to interrogate the facts, without adding anything of their own to them, are not to be believed. This, at the most, is the result of ingenuousness and illusion on their part. They will always add what they have of personal, if they be truly historians, though it be without knowing it, or they will believe that they have escaped doing so, only because they have referred to it by innuendo, which is the most insinuating and penetrative of methods. Non-existence of a unique line of progress in artistic and literary history. Artistic and literary history cannot dispense with the criterion of progress any more easily than other history. We cannot show what a given work of art is, save by proceeding from a conception of art, in order to fix the artistic problem which the author of such work of art had to solve, and by determining whether or no he have solved it, or by how much and in what way he has failed to do so. But it is important to note that the criterion of progress assumes a different form in artistic and literary history to that which it assumes, or is believed to assume, in the history of science. The whole history of knowledge can be represented by one single line of progress and regress. Science is the universal, and its problems are arranged in one single vast system, or complex problem. All thinkers weary themselves over the same problem as to the nature of reality and of knowledge. Contemplative Indians and Greek philosophers, Christians and Mohammedans, bare heads and heads with turbans, wigged heads and heads with the black beretta, as Heine said, and future generations will weary themselves with it, as ours has done. It would take too long to inquire here if this be true or not of science. But it is certainly not true of art. Art is intuition, and intuition is individuality. And individuality is never repeated. To conceive of the history of the artistic production of the human race as developed along a single line of progress and regress would therefore be altogether erroneous. At the most, and working to some extent with generalizations and abstractions, it may be admitted that the history of aesthetic products shows progressive cycles, but each cycle has its own problem, and is progressive only in respect to that problem. When many are at work on the same subject, without succeeding in giving to it the suitable form, yet drawing always more nearly to it, there is said to be progress. When he who gives to it definite form appears, the cycle is said to be complete, progress ended. A typical example of this would be the progress in the elaboration of the mode of using the subject matter of chivalry during the Italian Renaissance, from Pulci to Ariosto. If this instance be made use of, excessive simplification of it must be excused. Nothing but repetition and imitation could be the result of employing that same material after Ariosto. The result was repetition or imitation, diminution or exaggeration, a spoiling of what had already been achieved. In sum, decadence. The Ariostesque epigoni proved this. Progress begins with the commencement of a new cycle. Cervantes, with his more open and conscious irony, is an instance of this. In what did the general decadence of Italian literature at the end of the 16th century consist? Simply in having nothing more to say, and in repeating and exaggerating motifs already found. If the Italians of this period had even been able to express their own decadence, they would not have been altogether failures, but have anticipated the literary movement of the Renaissance. Where the subject matter is not the same, a progressive cycle does not exist. Shakespeare does not represent a progress as regards Dante, nor Goethe as regards Shakespeare. Dante, however, represents a progress in respect to the visionaries of the Middle Ages, Shakespeare to the Elizabethan dramatists, Goethe with Werther and the first part of Faust in respect to the writers of the Sturm und Drang. This mode of presenting the history of poetry and art contains, however, as we have remarked, something of abstract, of merely practical, and is without rigorous philosophical value. Not only is the art of savages not inferior, as art, to that of civilized peoples, provided it be correlative to the impressions of the savage, but every individual, indeed every moment of the spiritual life of an individual, has its artistic world, and all those worlds are artistically incomparable with one another. Errors committed in respect to this law. Many have sinned and continue to sin against this special form of the criterion of progress in artistic and literary history. Some, for instance, talk of the infancy of Italian art in Giotto, and of its maturity in Raphael or in Titian, as though Giotto were not quite perfect and complete in respect to his psychic material. He was certainly incapable of drawing a figure like Raphael, or of colouring it like Titian. But was Raphael or Titian by any chance capable of creating the Matrimonio di San Francesco con la Povertà, or the Morte di San Francesco? The spirit of Giotto had not felt the attraction of the body beautiful, which the Renaissance studied and raised to a place of honour, but the spirits of Raphael and of Titian were no longer curious of certain movements of ardour and of tenderness which attracted the man of the 14th century. How then can a comparison be made, where there is no comparative term? The celebrated divisions of the history of art suffer from the same defect. They are as follows: an Oriental period, representing a disequilibrium between idea and form, with prevalence of the second; a classical, representing an equilibrium between idea and form; a romantic, representing a new disequilibrium between idea and form, with prevalence of the idea. There are also the divisions into Oriental art, representing imperfection of form; classical, perfection of form; romantic or modern, perfection of content and of form. Thus classic and romantic have also received, among their many other meanings, that of progressive or regressive periods, in respect to the realization of some indefinite artistic ideal of humanity. Other meanings of the word progress in respect to aesthetic. There is no such thing, then, as an aesthetic progress of humanity. However, by aesthetic progress is sometimes meant, not what the two words coupled together really signify, but the ever-increasing accumulation of our historical knowledge, which makes us able to sympathize with all the artistic products of all peoples and of all times, or, as is said, to make our taste more catholic. The difference appears very great, if the 18th century, so incapable of escaping from itself, be compared with our own time, which enjoys alike Hellenic and Roman art, now better understood, Byzantine, medieval, Arabic, and Renaissance art, the art of the Cinquecento, Baroque art, and the art of the 17th century, Egyptian, Babylonian, Etruscan, and even prehistoric art, are more profoundly studied every day. Certainly the difference between the savage and civilized man does not lie in the human faculties. The savage has speech, intellect, religion, and morality, in common with civilized man, and he is a complete man. The only difference lies in that civilized man penetrates and dominates a larger portion of the universe with his theoretic and practical activity. We cannot claim to be more spiritually alert than, for example, the contemporaries of Pericles. But no one can deny that we are richer than they, rich with their riches, and with those of how many other peoples and generations besides our own. By aesthetic progress is also meant, in another sense, which is also improper, the greater abundance of artistic intuitions, and the smaller number of imperfect or decadent works which one epoch produces in respect to another. Thus it may be said that there was aesthetic progress, an artistic awakening, at the end of the 13th or of the 15th centuries. Finally, aesthetic progress is talked of with an eye to the refinement and to the physical complications exhibited in the works of art of the most civilized peoples, as compared with those of less civilized peoples, barbarians, and savages. But in this case the progress is that of the complex conditions of society, not of the artistic activity, to which the material is indifferent. These are the most important points concerning the method of artistic and literary history. End of chapter 17. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 18 of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce, translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Chapter 18. Conclusion. Identity of Linguistic and Aesthetic. Summary of the inquiry. A glance over the path traversed will show that we have completed the entire program of our treatise. We have studied the nature of intuitive or expressive knowledge, which is the aesthetic or artistic fact, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, and we have described the other form of knowledge, namely the intellectual, with the secondary complications of its forms, Chapter 3. Having done this, it became possible to criticize all erroneous theories of art, which arise from the confusion between the various forms, and from the undue transference of the characteristics of one form to those of another, Chapter 4, and in so doing, to indicate the inverse errors which are found in the theory of intellectual knowledge and of historiography, Chapter 5. Passing on to examine the relations between the aesthetic activity and the other spiritual activities, no longer theoretical but practical, we have indicated the true character of the practical activity and the place which it occupies in respect to the theoretic activity which it follows. Hence the critique of the invasion of aesthetic theory by practical concepts, Chapter 6. We have also distinguished the two forms of the practical activity as economic and ethic, Chapter 7. Adding to this, the statement that there are no other forms of the spirit beyond the four which we have analyzed. Hence, Chapter 8, the critique of every metaphysical aesthetic. And seeing that there exist no other spiritual forms of equal degree, therefore there are no original subdivisions of the four established, and in particular of aesthetic. From this arises the impossibility of classes of expressions, and the critique of rhetoric, that is, of the partition of expressions into simple and ornate, and of their subclasses, Chapter 9. But by the law of the unity of the spirit, the aesthetic fact is also a practical fact, and as such occasions pleasure and pain. This led us to study the feelings of value in general, and those of aesthetic value, or of the beautiful in particular, Chapter 10. To criticize aesthetic hedonism in all its various manifestations and complications, Chapter 11. And to expel from the system of aesthetic the long series of pseudo-aesthetic concepts which had been introduced into it, Chapter 12. Proceeding from aesthetic production to the facts of reproduction, we began by investigating the mode of fixing externally the aesthetic expression with the view of reproduction. This is the so-called physically beautiful, whether it be natural or artificial, Chapter 13. We then derived from this distinction the critique of the errors which arise from confounding the physical with the aesthetic side of things, Chapter 14. We indicated the meaning of artistic technique, that which is the technique serving for reproduction, thus criticizing the divisions, limits, and classifications of the individual arts, and establishing the connections between art, economy, and morality, Chapter 15. Because the existence of the physical objects does not suffice to stimulate to the full aesthetic reproduction, and because in order to obtain this result it is necessary to recall the conditions in which the stimulus first operated, we have also studied the function of historical erudition, directed toward the end of re-establishing our communication with the works of the past, and toward the creation of a base for aesthetic judgment, Chapter 16. We have closed our treatise by showing how the reproduction thus obtained is afterwards elaborated by the intellectual categories, that is to say, by an excursus on the method of literary and artistic history, Chapter 17. The aesthetic fact has thus been considered both in itself and in its relations with the other spiritual activities, with the feelings of pleasure and of pain, with the facts that are called physical, with memory and with historical elaboration. It has passed from the position of subject to that of object, that is to say, from the moment of its birth until gradually it becomes changed for the spirit into historical argument. Our treatise may appear to be somewhat meagre when compared with the great volumes usually consecrated to aesthetic, but it will not seem so when it is observed that these volumes, as regards 9/10 of their contents, are full of matter which does not appertain to aesthetic, such as definitions, either physical or metaphysical, of pseudo-aesthetic concepts, of the sublime, the comic, the tragic, the humorous, etc., or of the exposition of the supposed zoology, botany, and mineralogy of aesthetic, and of universal history judged from the aesthetic standpoint. The whole history of concrete art and literature has also been dragged into those aesthetics and generally mangled. They contain judgments upon Homer and Dante, upon Ariosto and Shakespeare, upon Beethoven and Rossini, Michelangelo and Raphael. When all this has been deducted from them, our treatise will no longer be held to be too meagre, but on the contrary, far more copious than ordinary treatises, for these either omit altogether, or hardly touch at all, the great part of the difficult problems proper to aesthetic, which we have felt it to be our duty to study. Identity of linguistic and aesthetic. Aesthetic, then, as the science of expression, has been here studied by us from every point of view, but there yet remains to justify the subtitle, which we have joined to the title of our book, General Linguistic, and to state and make clear the thesis that the science of art is that of language. Aesthetic and linguistic, in so far as they are true sciences, are not two different sciences, but one single science. Not that there is a special linguistic, but the linguistic science sought for, general linguistic, in so far as what it contains is reducible to philosophy, is nothing but aesthetic. Whoever studies general linguistic, that is to say, philosophical linguistic, studies aesthetic problems, and vice versa. Philosophy of language and philosophy of art are the same thing. Were linguistic a different science from aesthetic, it should not have expression, which is the essentially aesthetic fact, for its object. This amounts to saying that it must be denied that language is expression. But an emission of sounds, which expresses nothing, is not language. Language is articulate, limited, organized sound, employed in expression. If, on the other hand, language were a special science in respect to aesthetic, it would necessarily have for its object a special class of expressions. But the inexistence of classes of expression is a point which we have already demonstrated. Aesthetic formalization of linguistic problems. Nature of language. The problems which linguistic serves to solve, and the errors with which linguistic strives and has striven, are the same that occupy and complicate aesthetic. If it be not always easy, it is, on the other hand, always possible to reduce the philosophic questions of linguistic to their aesthetic formula. The disputes as to the nature of the one find their parallel in those as to the nature of the other. Thus it has been disputed whether linguistic be a scientific or a historical discipline, and the scientific having been distinguished from the historical, it has been asked whether it belong to the order of the natural or of the psychological sciences, by the latter being understood empirical psychology as much as the science of the spirit. The same has happened with aesthetic, which some have looked upon as a natural science, confounding aesthetic expression with physical expression. Others have looked upon it as a psychological science, confounding expression in its universality with the empirical classification of expressions. Others again, denying the very possibility of a science of such a subject, have looked upon it as a collection of historical facts. Finally, it has been realized that it belongs to the sciences of activity or of values, which are the spiritual sciences. Linguistic expression or speech has often seemed to be a fact of interjection, which belongs to the so-called physical expressions of the feelings, common alike to men and animals. But it was soon admitted that an abyss yawns between the ah, which is a physical reflex of pain, and a word, as also between the ah of pain and the ah employed as a word. The theory of the interjection being abandoned, jocosely termed the ah theory by German linguists, the theory of association or convention appeared. This theory was refuted by the same objection which destroyed aesthetic associationism in general. Speech is unity, not multiplicity of images, and multiplicity does not explain, but presupposes the existence of the expression to explain. A variant of linguistic associationism is the imitative, that is to say, the theory of the onomatopoeia, which the same philologists deride under the name of the bow-wow theory, after the imitation of the dog's bark, which, according to the onomatopoeists, gives its name to the dog. The most usual theory of our times as regards language, apart from mere crass naturalism, consists of a sort of eclecticism or mixture of the various theories to which we have referred. It is assumed that language is in part the product of interjections and in part of onomatopes and conventions. This doctrine is altogether worthy of the scientific and philosophic decadence of the second half of the 19th century. Origin of language and its development. We must here note a mistake into which have fallen those very philologists who have best penetrated the active nature of language. These, although they admit that language was originally a spiritual creation, yet maintain that it was largely increased later by association. But the distinction does not prevail, for origin in this case cannot mean anything but nature or essence. If, therefore, language be a spiritual creation, it will always be a creation. If it be association, it will have been so from the beginning. The mistake has arisen from not having grasped the general principle of aesthetic, which we have noted, namely, that expressions already produced must redescend to the rank of impressions before they can give rise to new impressions. When we utter new words, we generally transform the old ones, varying or enlarging their meaning. But this process is not associative. It is creative, although the creation has for material the impressions, not of the hypothetical primitive man, but of man who has lived long ages in society, and who has, so to say, stored so many things in his psychic organism, and among them so much language. Relation between grammar and logic. The question of the distinction between the aesthetic and the intellectual fact has appeared in linguistic as that of the relations between grammar and logic. This question has found two solutions which are partially true: that of the indissolubility of logic and grammar, and that of their dissolubility. The complete solution is this: if the logical form be indissoluble from the grammatical (aesthetic), the grammatical is dissoluble from the logical. Grammatical classes or parts of speech. If we look at a picture which, for example, portrays a man walking on a country road, we can say, this picture represents a fact of movement, which, if conceived as volitional, is called action, and because every movement implies matter, and every action a being that acts, this picture also represents either matter or a being. But this movement takes place in a definite place, which is a part of a given star, the Earth, and precisely in that part of it which is called terra firma, and more properly in a part of it that is wooded and covered with grass, which is called country, cut naturally or artificially in a manner which is called road. Now there is only one example of that given star, which is called Earth. Earth is an individual. But terra firma, country, road, are classes or universals, because there are other terra firmas, other countries, other roads. And it would be possible to continue for a while with similar considerations, by substituting a phrase for the picture that we have imagined, for example, one to this effect: Peter is walking on a country road. And by making the same remarks, we obtain the concepts of verb, motion or action, of noun, matter or agent, of proper noun, of common nouns, and so on. What have we done in both cases? Neither more nor less than to submit to logical elaboration what was first elaborated only aesthetically. That is to say, we have destroyed the aesthetical by the logical. But, as in general aesthetic, error begins when it is wished to return from the logical to the aesthetical, and it is asked what is the expression of the movement, action, matter, being, of the general, of the individual, etc. Thus, in like manner with language, error begins when motion or action are called verb, being, or matter, noun or substantive, and when linguistic categories or parts of speech are made of all these, noun and verb, and so on. The theory of parts of speech is at bottom altogether the same as that of artistic and literary classes, already criticized in the Aesthetic. It is false to say that the verb or the noun is expressed in definite words, truly distinguishable from others. Expression is an indivisible whole. Noun and verb do not exist in themselves, but are abstractions made by our destroying the sole linguistic reality, which is the proposition. This last is to be understood, not in the usual mode of grammarians, but as an organism expressive of a complete meaning, from an exclamation to a poem. This sounds paradoxical, but is nevertheless a most simple truth. And as in aesthetic, the artistic productions of certain peoples have been looked upon as imperfect, owing to the error above mentioned, because the supposed kinds have seemed still to be indiscriminate or absent with them. So, in linguistic, the theory of the parts of speech has caused the analogous error of dividing languages into formed and unformed, according to whether there appear in them or not some of those supposed parts of speech, for example, the verb. The individuality of speech and the classification of languages. Linguistic also discovered the irreducible individuality of the aesthetic fact, when it affirmed that the word is what is really spoken, and that two truly identical words do not exist. Thus were synonyms and homonyms destroyed, and thus was shown the impossibility of really translating one word into another, from so-called dialect into so-called language, and from a so-called mother tongue into a so-called foreign tongue. But the attempt to classify languages agrees ill with this correct view. Languages have no reality beyond the propositions and complexes of propositions really written and pronounced by given peoples for definite periods. That is to say, they have no existence outside the works of art in which they exist concretely. What is the art of a given people but the complex of all its artistic products? What is the character of an art, say Hellenic art or Provençal literature, but the complex physiognomy of those products? And how can such a question be answered, save by giving the history of their art, of their literature, that is to say, of their language in action? It will seem that this argument, although possessing value as against many of the wanted classifications of languages, yet is without any as regards that queen of classifications, the historico-genealogical, that glory of comparative philology. And this is certainly true. But why? Precisely because the historico-genealogical method is not a classification. He who writes history does not classify, and the philologists themselves have hastened to say that the languages which can be arranged in a historical series, those whose series have been traced, are not distinct and definite species, but a complex of facts in the various phases of its development. Impossibility of a normative grammar. Language has sometimes been looked upon as an act of volition or of choice, but others have discovered the impossibility of creating language artificially, by an act of will. Tu, Caesar, civitatem dare potes homini, verbo non polis, was once said to the Roman emperor. The aesthetic, and therefore theoretic, nature of expression supplies the method of correcting the scientific error which lies in the conception of a normative grammar, containing the rules of speaking well. Good sense has always rebelled against this error. An example of such rebellion is the "so much the worse for grammar" of Voltaire. But the impossibility of a normative grammar is also recognized by those who teach it, when they confess that to write well cannot be learned by rules, that there are no rules without exceptions, and that the study of grammar should be conducted practically, by reading and by examples, which form the literary taste. The scientific reason of this impossibility lies in what we have already proved, that a technique of the theoretical amounts to a contradiction in terms. And what could a normative grammar be but just a technique of linguistic expression, that is to say, of a theoretic fact? Didactic purposes. The case in which grammar is understood merely as an empirical discipline, that is to say, as a collection of groups useful for learning languages, without any claim whatever to philosophic truth, is quite different. Even the abstractions of the parts of speech are in this case both admissible and of assistance. Many books entitled Treatises of Linguistic have a merely didactic purpose. They are simply scholastic manuals. We find in them, in truth, a little of everything, from the description of the vocal apparatus and of the artificial machines, phonographs, which can imitate it, to summaries of the most important results obtained by Indo-European, Semitic, Coptic, Chinese, or other philologies, from philosophic generalizations on the origin or nature of language to advice on calligraphy and the arrangement of schedules for philological spoils. But this mass of notions, which is here taught in a fragmentary and incomplete manner as regards the language in its essence, the language as expression, resolves itself into notions of aesthetic. Nothing exists outside aesthetic, which gives knowledge of the nature of language, and empirical grammar, which is a pedagogic expedient, save the history of languages in their living reality, that is, the history of concrete literary productions, which is substantially identical with the history of literature. Elementary linguistic facts or roots. The same mistake of confusing the physical with the aesthetic, from which the elementary forms of the beautiful originate, is made by those who seek for elementary aesthetic facts, decorating with that name the divisions of the longer series of physical sounds into shorter series. Syllables, vowels, and consonants, and the series of syllables called words, which give no definite sense when taken alone, are not facts of language, but simple physical concepts of sounds. Another mistake of the same sort is that of roots, to which the most able philologists now accord but a very limited value. Having confused physical with linguistic or expressive facts, and observing that, in the order of ideas, the simple precedes the complex, they necessarily ended by thinking that the smaller physical facts were the more simple. Hence the imaginary necessity that the most antique, primitive languages had been monosyllabic, and that the progress of historical research must lead to the discovery of monosyllabic roots. But, to follow up the imaginary hypothesis, the first expression that the first man conceived may also have had a mimetic, not a phonic reflex. It may have been exteriorized, not in a sound, but in a gesture. And assuming that it was exteriorized in a sound, there is no reason to suppose that sound to have been monosyllabic rather than plurisyllabic. Philologists frequently blame their own ignorance and impotence if they do not always succeed in reducing plurisyllabism to monosyllabism, and they trust in the future. But their faith is without foundation, as their blame of themselves is an act of humility arising from an erroneous presumption. Furthermore, the limits of syllables, as those of words, are altogether arbitrary, and distinguished, as well as may be, by empirical use. Primitive speech, or the speech of the uncultured man, is continuous, unaccompanied by any reflex consciousness of the divisions of the word and of the syllables, which are taught at school. No true law of linguistic can be founded on such divisions. Proof of this is to be found in the confession of linguists that there are no truly phonetic laws of the hiatus, of cacophony, of diaeresis, of synaeresis, but merely laws of taste and convenience, that is to say, aesthetic laws. And what are the laws of words which are not at the same time laws of style? Aesthetic judgment and the model language. The search for a model language, or for a method of reducing linguistic usage to unity, arises from the misconception of a rationalistic measurement of the beautiful, from the concept which we have termed that of false aesthetic absoluteness. In Italy we call this question that of the unity of the language. Language is perpetual creation. What has been linguistically expressed cannot be repeated, save by the reproduction of what has already been produced. The ever new impressions give rise to continuous changes of sounds and of meanings, that is, to ever new expressions. To seek the model language, then, is to seek the immobility of motion. Every one speaks and should speak according to the echoes which things arouse in his soul, that is, according to his impressions. It is not without reason that the most convinced supporter of any one of the solutions of the problem of the unity of language, be it by the use of Latin, of 14th century Italian, or of Florentine, feels a repugnance in applying his theory, when he is speaking in order to communicate his thoughts and to make himself understood. The reason for this is that he feels that were he to substitute Latin, 14th century Italian, or Florentine speech for that of a different origin, but which answers to his impressions, he would be falsifying the latter. He would become a vain listener to himself, instead of a speaker, a pedant in place of a serious man, a histrion instead of a sincere person. To write according to a theory is not really to write. At the most, it is making literature. The question of the unity of language is always reappearing, because, put as it is, there can be no solution to it, owing to its being based upon a false conception of what language is. Language is not an arsenal of ready-made arms, and it is not vocabulary, which, in so far as it is thought of as progressive and in living use, is always a cemetery containing corpses more or less well embalmed, that is to say, a collection of abstractions. Our mode of settling the question of the model language, or of the unity of the language, may seem somewhat abrupt, and yet we would not wish to appear otherwise than respectful towards the long line of literary men who have debated this question in Italy for centuries. But those ardent debates were, at bottom, debates upon aestheticity, not upon aesthetic science, upon literature rather than upon literary theory, upon effective speaking and writing, not upon linguistic science. Their error consisted in transforming the manifestation of a want into a scientific thesis, the need of understanding one another more easily among a people dialectically divided, in the philosophic search for a language, which should be one or ideal. Such a search was as absurd as that other search for a universal language, with the immobility of the concept and of the abstraction. The social need for a better understanding of one another cannot be satisfied save by universal culture, by the increase of communications, and by the interchange of thought among men. Conclusion. These observations must suffice to show that all the scientific problems of linguistic are the same as those of aesthetic, and that the truths and errors of the one are the truths and errors of the other. If linguistic and aesthetic appear to be two different sciences, this arises from the fact that people think of the former as grammar, or as a mixture between philosophy and grammar, that is, an arbitrary mnemonic scheme. They do not think of it as a rational science and as a pure philosophy of speech. Grammar, or something grammatical, also causes the prejudice in people's minds that the reality of language lies in isolated and combinable words, not in living discourse among expressive organisms, rationally indivisible. Those linguists or glottologists with philosophical endowments, who have best fathomed questions of language, resemble, to employ a worn but efficacious figure, workmen piercing a tunnel. At a certain point they must hear the voices of their companions, the philosophers of aesthetic, who have been piercing it from the other side. At a certain stage of scientific elaboration, linguistic, in so far as it is philosophy, must be merged in aesthetic, and indeed it is merged in it, without leaving a residue. End of chapter 18. Read by Lisa Reichert. Section 19 of Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley. Historical Summary, Part 1. 1. Aesthetic ideas in Greco-Roman antiquity. The question as to whether aesthetic should be looked upon as ancient or modern has often been discussed. The answer will depend upon the view taken of the nature of aesthetic. Benedetto Croce has proved that aesthetic is the science of expressive activity, but this knowledge cannot be reached until has been defined the nature of imagination, of representation, of expression, or whatever we may term that faculty which is theoretic but not intellectual, which gives knowledge of the individual but not of the universal. Now the deviations from this, the correct theory, may arise in two ways, by defect or by excess. Negation of the special aesthetic activity, or of its autonomy, is an instance of the former. This amounts to a mutilation of the reality of the spirit. Of the latter, the substitution or superposition of another mysterious and non-existent activity is an example. These errors each take several forms. That which errs by defect may be A. Pure hedonism, which looks upon art as merely sensual pleasure; B. Rigoristic hedonism, agreeing with A, but adding that art is irreconcilable with the loftiest activities of man; C. Moralistic or pedagogic hedonism, which admits, with the two former, that art is mere sensuality, but believes that it may not only be harmless, but of some service to morals, if kept in proper subjection and obedience. The error by excess also assumes several forms, but these are indeterminable a priori. This view is fully dealt with under the name of mystic in the theory and in the appendix. Greco-Roman antiquity was occupied with the problem in all these forms. In Greece, the problem of art and of the artistic faculty arose for the first time after the sophistic movement, as a result of the Socratic polemic. With the appearance of the word mimesis, or mimetic, we have a first attempt at grouping the arts, and the expression allegoric, or its equivalent, used in defence of Homer's poetry, reminds us of what Plato called, "the old quarrel between philosophy and poetry." But when internal facts were all looked upon as mere phenomena of opinion or feeling, of pleasure or of pain, of illusion or of arbitrary caprice, There could be no question of beautiful or ugly, or difference between the true and the beautiful, or between the beautiful and the good. The problem of the nature of art assumes as solved those problems concerning the difference between rational and irrational, material and spiritual, bare fact and value, etc. This was first done in the Socratic period, and therefore the aesthetic problem could only arise after Socrates. And in fact it does arise with Plato, the author of the only great negation of art which appears in the history of ideas. Is art rational or irrational? Does it belong to the noble region of the soul, where dwell philosophy and virtue, or does it cohabit with sensuality and with crude passion in the lower regions? This was the question that Plato asked, and thus was the aesthetic problem stated for the first time. His Gorgias remarks, with sceptical acumen, that tragedy is a deception, which brings honour alike to deceived and to deceiver, and therefore it is blameworthy not to know how to deceive, and not to allow oneself to be deceived. This suffices for Gorgias, but Plato the philosopher must resolve the doubt. If it be in fact deception, down with tragedy and the other arts. If it be not deception, then what is the place of tragedy in philosophy and in righteous life? His answer was that art or mimetic does not realize the ideas or the truth of things, but merely reproduces natural or artificial things, which are themselves mere shadows of the ideas. Art, then, is but a shadow of a shadow, a thing of third-rate degree. The artificer fashions the object which the painter paints. The artificer copies the divine idea, and the painter copies him. Art, therefore, does not belong to the rational, but to the irrational, sensual sphere of the soul. It can serve but for sensual pleasure, which disturbs and obscures. Therefore must mimetic, poetry, and poets be excluded from the perfect republic. Plato observed with truth that imitation does not rise to the logical or conceptual sphere, of which poets and painters as such are in fact ignorant. But he failed to realize that there could be any form of knowledge other than the intellectual. We now know that intuition lies on this side or outside the intellect, from which it differs as much as it does from passion and sensuality. Plato, with his fine aesthetic sense, would have been grateful to anyone who could have shown him how to place art, which he loved and practised so supremely himself, among the lofty activities of the spirit. But in his day no one could give him such assistance. His conscience and his reason saw that art makes the false seem the true, and therefore he resolutely banished it to the lower regions of the spirit. The tendency among those who followed Plato in time was to find some means of retaining art, and of depriving it of the baleful influence which it was believed to exercise. Life without art was to the beauty-loving Greek an impossibility, although he was equally conscious of the demands of reason and of morality. Thus it happened that art, which, on the purely hedonistic hypothesis, had been treated as a beautiful courtesan, became in the hands of the moralist a pedagogue. Aristophanes and Strabo, and above all Aristotle, dwell upon the didactic and moralistic possibility of poetry. For Plutarch, poetry seems to have been a sort of preparation for philosophy, a twilight to which the eyes should grow accustomed before emerging into the full light of day. Among the Romans we find Lucretius, comparing the beauties of his great poem to the sweet yellow honey, with which doctors are wont to anoint the rim of the cup containing their bitter drugs. Horace, as so frequently, takes his inspiration from the Greek when he offers the double view of art, as courtesan and as pedagogue. In his Ad Pisones, occur the passages in which we find mingled with the poetic function that of the orator, the practical and the aesthetic. "Was Virgil a poet or an orator?" The triple duty of pleasing, moving, and teaching was imposed upon the poet. Then, with a thought for the supposed meretricious nature of their art, the ingenious Horace remarks that both must employ the seductions of form. The mystic view of art appeared only in late antiquity with Plotinus. The curious error of looking upon Plato as the head of this school, and as the father of aesthetic, assumes that he who felt obliged to banish art altogether from the domain of the higher functions of the spirit, was yet ready to yield to it the highest place there. The mystical view of aesthetic accords a lofty place indeed to aesthetic, placing it even above philosophy. The enthusiastic praise of the beautiful, to be found in the Gorgias, Philebus, Phaedrus, and Symposium, is responsible for this misunderstanding, but it is well to make perfectly clear that the beautiful, of which Plato discourses in those dialogues, has nothing to do with the artistically beautiful, nor with the mysticism of the Neo-Platonicians. Yet the thinkers of antiquity were aware that a problem lay in the direction of aesthetic, and Xenophon records the sayings of Socrates, that the beautiful is "that which is fitting and answers to the end required." Elsewhere he says, "It is that which is loved." Plato likewise vibrates between various views and offers several solutions. Sometimes he appears almost to confound the beautiful with the true, the good, and the divine. At others, he leans toward the utilitarian view of Socrates. At others, he distinguishes between what is beautiful in itself, and what possesses but a relative beauty. At other times again, he is a hedonist, and makes it to consist of pure pleasure, that is, of pleasure with no shadow of pain. Or he finds it in measure and proportion, or in the very sound, the very colour itself. The reason for all this vacillation of definition lay in Plato's exclusion of the artistic or mimetic fact from the domain of the higher spiritual activities. The Hippias Major expresses this uncertainty more completely than any of the other dialogues. What is the beautiful? That is the question asked at the beginning, and left unanswered at the end. The Platonic Socrates and Hippias propose the most various solutions, one after another, but always come out by the gate by which they entered in. Is the beautiful to be found in ornament? No, for gold embellishes only where it is in keeping. Is the beautiful that which seems ugly to no man? But it is a question of being, not of seeming. Is it their fitness which makes things seem beautiful? But in that case, the fitness which makes them appear beautiful is one thing, the beautiful another. If the beautiful be the useful, or that which leads to an end, then evil would also be beautiful, because the useful may also end evilly. Is the beautiful the helpful, that which leads to the good? No, for in that case the good would not be beautiful, nor the beautiful good, because cause and effect are different. Thus they argued in the Platonic dialogues, and when we turn to the pages of Aristotle, we find him also uncertain and inclined to vary his definitions. Sometimes for him the good and pleasurable are the beautiful, sometimes it lies in actions, at others in things motionless, or in bulk and order, or is altogether undefinable. Antiquity also established canons of the beautiful, and the famous canon of Polycletus on the proportions of the human body fitly compares with that of later times on the golden line, and with the Ciceronian phrase from the Tusculan Disputations. But these are all of them mere empirical observations, mere happy remarks and verbal substitutions, which lead to unsurmountable difficulties when put to philosophical test. One important identification is absent in all those early attempts at truth. The beautiful is never identified with art, and the artistic fact is always clearly distinguished from beauty, mimetic from its content. Plotinus first identified the two, and with him the beautiful and art are dissolved together in a passion and mystic elevation of the spirit. The beauty of natural objects is the archetype existing in the soul, which is the fountain of all natural beauty. Thus was Plato, he said, in error, when he despised the arts for imitating nature. For nature herself imitates the idea, and art also seeks her inspiration directly from those ideas whence nature proceeds. We have here, with Plotinus and with Neoplatonism, the first appearance in the world of mystical aesthetic, destined to play so important a part in later aesthetic theory. Aristotle was far more happy in his attempts at defining aesthetic as the science of representation and of expression than in his definitions of the beautiful. He felt that some element of the problem had been overlooked, and in attempting in his turn a solution, he had the advantage over Plato of looking upon the ideas as simple concepts, not as hypostases of concepts or of abstractions. Thus reality was more vivid for Aristotle. It was the synthesis of matter and form. He saw that art, or mimetic, was a theoretic fact, or a mode of contemplation. "But if poetry be a theoretic fact, in what way is it to be distinguished from science and from historical knowledge?" Thus magnificently does the great philosopher pose the problem at the commencement of his Poetics, and thus alone can it be posed successfully. We ask the same question in the same words today. But the problem is difficult, and the masterly statement of it was not equalled by the method of solution then available. He made an excellent start on his voyage of discovery, but stopped halfway, irresolute and perplexed. Poetry, he says, differs from history by portraying the possible, while history deals with what has really happened. Poetry, like philosophy, aims at the universal, but in a different way, which the philosopher indicates as something more, malon tha katholon, which differentiates poetry from history, occupied with the particular, malon tha kath ekiston. What then is the possible, the something more, and the particular of poetry? Aristotle immediately falls into error and confusion when he attempts to define these words. Since art has to deal with the absurd and the impossible, it cannot be anything rational, but a mere imitation of reality, in accordance with the Platonic theory, a fact of sensual pleasure. Aristotle does not, however, attain to so precise a definition as Plato, whose erroneous definition he does not succeed in supplanting. The truth is that he failed of his self-imposed task. He failed to discern the true nature of aesthetic, although he restated and re-examined the problem with such marvellous acumen. After Aristotle there comes a lull in the discussion until Plotinus. The Poetics were generally little studied, and the admirable statement of the problem generally neglected by later writers. Antique psychology knew the fancy or imagination as preserving or reproducing sensuous impressions, or as an intermediary between the concepts and the feeling. Its autonomous productive activity was not yet understood. In the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Philostratus is said to have been the first to make clear the difference between mimetic and creative imagination. But this does not in reality differ from the Aristotelian mimetic, which is concerned not only with the real but also with the possible. Cicero, too, before Philostratus, speaks of a kind of exquisite beauty lying hidden in the soul of the artist, which guides his hand and art. Antiquity seems generally to have been entrammelled in the meshes of the belief in mimetic, or the duplication of natural objects by the artist Philostratus and the other protagonists of the imagination, may have meant to combat this error. But the shadows lie heavy until we reach Plotinus. We find already astir among the sophists the question as to the nature of language. Admitting that language is a sign, are we to take that as signifying a spiritual necessity, phusis, or as a psychological convention, nomos? Aristotle made a valuable contribution to this difficult question when he spoke of a kind of proposition other than those which predicate truth or falsehood, that is, logic. With him euche is the term proper to designate desires and aspirations, which are the vehicle of poetry and of oratory. It must be remembered that for Aristotle words, like poetry, belong to mimetic. The profound remark about the third mode of proposition would, one would have thought, have led naturally to the separation of linguistic from logic, and to its classification with poetry and art. But the Aristotelian logic assumed a verbal and formal character, which set back the attainment of this position by many hundred years. Yet the genius of Epicurus had an intuition of the truth, when he remarked that the diversity of names for the same thing arose not from arbitrary caprice, but from the diverse impression derived from the same object. The Stoics, too, seem to have had an inkling of the non-logical nature of speech, but their use of the word lekton leaves it doubtful whether they distinguished by it the linguistic representation from the abstract concept, or rather, generically, the meaning from the sound. 2. Aesthetic ideas in the Middle Age and in the Renaissance. Well nigh all the theories of antique aesthetic reappear in the Middle Ages, as it were by spontaneous generation. Duns Scotus Erigena translated the Neoplatonic mysticism of the pseudo-Dionysus. The Christian God took the place of the chief good or idea. God, wisdom, goodness, supreme beauty, are the fountains of natural beauty, and these are steps in the stair of contemplation of the Creator. In this manner speculation began to be diverted from the artifact which had been so prominent with Plotinus. Thomas Aquinas followed Aristotle in distinguishing the beautiful from the good, and applied his doctrine of imitation to the beauty of the second person of the Trinity, in quantum est imago expressa Patris. With the troubadours, we may find traces of the hedonistic view of art, and the rigoristic hypothesis finds in Tertullian and in certain fathers of the Church staunch upholders. The retrograde Savonarola occupied the same position at a later period. But the narcotic, moralistic, or pedagogic view mostly prevailed, for it best suited an epoch of relative decadence in culture. It suited admirably the Middle Age, offering at once an excuse for the newborn Christian art, and for those works of classical or pagan art which yet survived. Specimens of this view abound all through the Middle Age. We find it, for instance, in the criticism of Virgil, to whose work were attributed 4 distinct meanings: literal, allegorical, moral, and anagogic. For Dante, poetry was nihil aliud quam fictio rhetorica in musicae posita. If the vulgar be incapable of appreciating my inner meaning, then they shall at least incline their minds to the perfection of my beauty. If from me ye cannot gather wisdom, at the least shall ye enjoy me as a pleasant thing. Thus spoke the muse of Dante, whose Convivio is an attempt to aid the understanding in its effort to grasp the moral and pedagogic elements of verse. Poetry was the Gaia Scienza, a fiction containing many useful things covered or veiled. It would be inexact to identify art in the Middle Age with philosophy and theology. Its pleasing falsity could be adapted to useful ends, much in the same way as matrimony excuses love and sexual union. This, however, implies that, for the Middle Age, the ideal state was celibacy, that is, pure knowledge, divorced from art. The only line of explanation that was altogether neglected in the Middle Age was the right one. The Poetics of Aristotle were badly rendered into Latin from the faulty paraphrase of Averroes by one Hermann, 1256. The nominalist and realist dispute brought again into the arena the relations between thought and speech, and we find Duns Scotus occupied with the problem in his De Modis Significandi seu Grammatica Speculativa. Abelard had defined sensation as confusa conceptio, and with the importance given to intuitive knowledge, to the perception of the individual, of the species specialissima in Duns Scotus, together with the denomination of the forms of knowledge as confuse, indistincte, and distincte, we enter upon a terminology which we shall see appearing again, big with results, at the commencement of modern aesthetic. The doctrine of the Middle Age, in respect to art and letters, may thus be regarded as of interest rather to the history of culture than to that of general knowledge. A like remark holds good of the Renaissance. Theories of antiquity are studied, countless treatises in many forms are written upon them, but no really new ideas, as regards aesthetic science, appear on the horizon. We find among the spokesmen of mystical aesthetic in the 13th century such names as Marsilio Ficino and Pico della Mirandola. Bembo and many others wrote on the beautiful and on love in the century that followed. The Dialogi di Amor, written in Italian by a Spanish Jew named Leon and published in 1535, had a European success, being translated into many languages. He talks of the universality of love and of its origin, of beauty, that is grace, which delights the soul and impels it to love. Knowledge of lesser beauties leads to loftier spiritual beauties. Leon called these remarks philographia. Petrarch's followers versified similar intuitions, while others wrote parodies and burlesques of this style. Luca Paciolo, the friend of Leonardo, made the false discovery of the golden section, basing his speculating upon mathematics. Michelangelo established an empirical canon for painting, attempting to give rules for imparting grace and movement to figures by means of certain arithmetical proportions. Others found special meanings in colours, while the Platonicians placed the seat of beauty in the soul, the Aristotelians in physical qualities. Agostino Nifo, the Averroist, after several inconclusive remarks, is at last fortunate enough to discover where natural beauty really dwells. Its abode is the body of Giovanna d'Aragona, Princess of Tagliacozzo, to whom he dedicates his book. Tasso mingled the speculations of the Hippias Major with those of Plotinus. Tommaso Campanella, in his Poetica, looks upon the beautiful as signum boni, the ugly as signum mali. By goodness he means power, wisdom, and love. Campanella was still under the influence of the erroneous Platonic conception of the beautiful, but the use of the word sign in this place represents progress. It enabled him to see that things in themselves are neither beautiful nor ugly. Nothing proves more clearly that the Renaissance did not overstep the limits of aesthetic theory reached in antiquity, than the fact that the pedagogic theory of art continued to prevail in the face of translations of the Poetics of Aristotle and of the diffuse labours expended upon that work. This theory was even grafted upon the Poetics, where one is surprised to find it. There are a few hedonists standing out from the general trend of opinion. The restatement of the pedagogic position, reinforced with examples taken from antiquity, was disseminated throughout Europe by the Italians of the Renaissance. France, Spain, England, and Germany felt its influence, and we find the writers of the period of Louis XIV. Either frankly didactic, like Le Bossu, 1675, for whom the first object of the poet is to instruct, or with Le Ménadier, 1640, speaking of poetry as cette science agréable qui mêlait la gravité des préceptes avec la douceur du langage. For the former of these critics, Homer was the author of two didactic manuals relating to military and political matters, the Iliad and the Odyssey. Didacticism has always been looked upon as the poetic of the Renaissance, although the didactic is not mentioned among the kinds of poetry of that period. The reason of this lies in the fact that for the Renaissance all poetry was didactic, in addition to any other qualities which it might possess. The active discussion of poetic theory, the criticism of Aristotle and of Plato's exclusion of poetry, of the possible and of the verisimilar, if it did not contribute much original material to the theory of art, yet at any rate sowed the seeds which afterward germinated and bore fruit. Why, they asked with Aristotle, at the Renaissance, does poetry deal with the universal, history with the particular? What is the reason for poetry being obliged to seek verisimilitude? What does Raphael mean by the certain idea, which he follows in his painting? These themes and others cognate were dealt with by Italian and by Spanish writers, who occasionally reveal wonderful acumen, as when Francesco Patrizio, criticizing Aristotle's theory of imitation, remarks, quote, "All languages and all philosophic writings and all other writings would be poetry, because they are made of words, and words are imitations." End quote. But as yet no one dared follow such a clue to the labyrinth, and the Renaissance closes with the sense of a mystery yet to be revealed. End of section 19. Recorded by Lisa Reichert.
Historical Summary of the Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sharon Greer. Aesthetic as Science of Expression and General Linguistic by Benedetto Croce. Translated by Douglas Ainsley, 1865 to 1948. Section 3. 17th and 18th centuries. The 17th century is remarkable for the ferment of thought upon this difficult problem. Such words as genius, taste, imagination or fancy and feeling appear in this literature and deserve a passing notice. As regards the word genius, we find the Italian ingegno opposed to the intellect, and dialectic adorned with the attributes of the latter, while rhetoric has the advantage of ingegno in all its forms, such as concetti and acutezzi. With these, the English word ingenious has an obvious connection, especially in its earlier use as applied to men of letters. The French worked upon the word ingegno and evolved from it in various associations the expressions esprit, beaux esprits. The manual of the Spanish Jesuit Balthazar Gracian became celebrated throughout Europe, and here we find ingegno described as the truly inventive faculty, and from it the English word genius, the Italian genio, the French génie first enter into general use. The word gusto or taste, good taste in its modern sense, also sprang into use about this time. Taste was held to be a judicial faculty directed to the beautiful, and thus to some extent distinct from the intellectual judgment. It was further bisected into active and passive, but the former ran into the definition of ingegno, the latter describes sterility. The word gusto or taste as judgment was in use in Italy at a very early period, and in Spain we find Lope de Vega and his contemporaries declaring that their object is to delight the taste of their public. These uses of the word are not of significance as regards the problem of art, and we must return to Balthazar Gracian, 1642, for a definition of taste as a special faculty or attitude of the soul. Italian writers of the period echo the praises of this laconic moralist, who, when he spoke of a man of taste, meant to describe what we call today a man of tact in the conduct of life. The first use of the word in a strictly aesthetic sense occurs in France in the last quarter of the 17th century. La Bruyère writes in his Caractère, 1688, Il y a dans l'art un point de perfection, comme de bonté ou de maturité dans la nature. Celui qui le sent et qui l'aime a le goût parfait, celui qui ne le sent pas et qui n'aime au-delà, a le goût défectueux. Il y a donc un bon et un mauvais goût, et l'on dispute des goûts avec fondement. Delicacy and variability or variety were appended as attributes of taste. This French definition of the Italian word was speedily adopted in England, where it became good taste, and we find it used in this sense in Italian and German writers of about this period. The words imagination and fancy were also passed through the crucible in this century. We find the Cardinal Sforza Pallavicino, 1644, blaming those who took for truth or falsehood for the verisimilar or for historical truth in poetry. Poetry, he holds, has to do with the primary apprehensions, which give neither truth nor falsehood. Thus the fancy takes the place of the verisimilar of certain students of Aristotle. The Cardinal continues his eloquence with the clinching remark that if the intention of poetry were to be believed true, then its real end would be falsehood, which is absolutely condemned by the law of nature and by God. The sole object of poetic fables is, he says, to adorn our intellect with sumptuous, new, marvellous, and splendid imaginings. And so great has been the benefits accruing from this to the human race, that poets have been rewarded with a glory superior to any other, and their names have been crowned with divine honours. This, he says in his treatise Del Bene, has been the just reward of poets, albeit they have not been bearers of knowledge, nor have they manifested truth. This throwing of the bridle on the neck of Pegasus seemed to Muratori 60 years later to be altogether too risky a proceeding, although advocated by a prince of the church. He reinserts the bit of the verisimilar, though he talks with admiration of the fancy, that inferior apprehensive faculty which is content to represent things, without seeking to know if they be true or false, a task which it leaves to the superior apprehensive faculty of the intellect. The severe Gravina, too, finds his heart touched by the beauty of poetry when he calls it a witch but wholesome. As early as 1578, Huarte had maintained that eloquence is the work of the imagination, not of the intellect. In England, Bacon, 1605, attributed knowledge to the intellect, history to memory, and poetry to the imagination or fancy. Hobbes described the manifestations of the latter, and Addison devoted several numbers of The Spectator to the analysis of the pleasures of the imagination. During the same period, the division between those who are accustomed à juger par les sentiments and those who raisonnent par les principes became marked in France. Dubois, 1719, is an interesting example of the upholder of the feelings as regards the production of art. Indeed, there is, in his view, no other criterion, and the feeling for art is a sixth sense, against which intellectual argument is useless. This French school of thought found a reflex in England, with the position assigned there to emotion in artistic work. But the confusion of such words as imagination, taste, feeling, wit, shows that at this time there was a suspicion that these words were all applicable to the same fact. Alexander Pope thus distinguished wit and judgment. For wit and judgment often are at strife. they meant each other's aid like man and wife. But there was a divergence of opinion as to whether the latter should be looked upon as part of the intellect or not. There was the same divergence of opinion as to taste and intellectual judgment. As regards the former, the opposition to the intellectual principle was reinforced in the 18th century by Kant in his Kritik der Urteilskraft. But Voltaire and writers anterior to him frequently fell back into intellectualist definitions of a word invented precisely to avoid them. Dacier, 1684, writes of taste as une harmonie, un accord de l'esprit et de la raison. The difficulties surrounding a true definition led to the creation of the expression non so che, or je ne sais quoi, or no sé qué, which throws into clear relief the confusion between taste and intellectual judgment. As regards imagination and feeling, or sentiment, there was a strong tendency to sensualism. The Cardinal Sforza Pallavicino talks of poetry as ignoring alike truth or falsehood, and yet delighting the senses. He approves of the remark that poetry should make us raise our eyebrows, but in later life this keen-eyed prince seems to have fallen back from the brilliant intuition of his earlier years into the pedagogic theory. Muratori was convinced that fancy was entirely sensual, and therefore he posted the intellect beside it, to refrain its wild courses, like a friend having authority. Gravina practically coincides in this view of poetic fancy, as a subordinate faculty incapable of knowledge, fit only to be used by moral philosophy for the introduction into the mind of the true by means of novelty and the marvellous. In England also, Bacon held poetry to belong to the fancy, and assigned to it a place between history and science. Epic poetry he awarded to the former, parabolic poetry to the latter. Elsewhere he talks of poetry as a dream, and affirms that it is to be held rather as an amusement of the intelligence than as a science. For him, music, painting, sculpture, and the other arts are merely pleasure-giving. Addison reduced the pleasures of the imagination to those caused by visible objects, or by ideas taken from them. These pleasures he held to be inferior to those of the senses and less refined than those of the intellect. He looked upon imaginative pleasure as consisting in resemblances discovered between imitations and things imitated, between copies and originals, an exercise adapted to sharpen the spirit of observation. The sensualism of the writers headed by Dubos, who looked upon art as a mere pastime, like a tournament or a bullfight, shows that the truth about aesthetic had not yet succeeded in emerging from the other spiritual activities. Yet the new words and the new views of the 17th century have great importance for the origins of aesthetic. They were the direct result of the restatement of the problem by the writers of the Renaissance, who themselves took it up where antiquity had left it. These new words and the discussions which arose from them were the demands of aesthetic for its theoretical justification. But they were not able to provide this justification, and it could not come from elsewhere. With Descartes, we are not likely to find much sympathy for such studies as relate to wit, taste, fancy, or feelings. He ignored the famous non so che. He abhorred the imagination, which he believed to result from the agitation of the animal spirits. He did not altogether condemn poetry, but certainly looked upon it as the folie du logis, which must be strictly supervised by the reason. Boileau is the aesthetic equivalent of Cartesian intellectualism. Boileau, que la raison à ses règles engage. Boileau, the enthusiast for allegory. France was infected with the mathematical spirit of Cartesianism, and all possibility of a serious consideration of poetry and of art was thus removed. Witness the diatribes of Malebranche against the imagination, and listen to the Italian Antonio Conti, writing from France in 1756 on the theme of the literary disputes that were raging at the time. They have introduced the method of M. Descartes into belles lettres. They judge poetry and eloquence independently of their sensible qualities. Thus they also confound the progress of philosophy with that of the arts. The Abbé Terrasson says that the moderns are greater geometricians than the ancients. Therefore, they are greater orators and greater poets. Lamotte, Fontenelle, Boileau, and Malebranche carried on this battle, which was taken up by the encyclopedists, and when Dubos published his daring book, Jean-Jacques Lebel published a reply to it, 1726, in which he denied to sentiment its claim to judge of art. Thus Cartesianism could not possess an aesthetic of the imagination. The Cartesian J.P. de Crousaz, 1715, found the beautiful to consist in what is approved of, and thereby reduced it to ideas, ignoring the pleasing and sentiment. Locke was an intellectualist in the England of this period, as was Descartes in France. He speaks of wit as combining ideas in an agreeable variety, which strikes the imagination, while the intellect or judgment seeks for differences according to truth. The wit, then, consists of something which is not at all in accordance with truth and reason. For Shaftesbury, taste is a sense or instinct for the beautiful, of order and proportion, identical with the moral sense and with its preconceptions, anticipating the recognition of reason. Body, spirit, and God are the 3 degrees of beauty. Francis Hutcheson proceeded from Shaftesbury and made popular the internal sense of beauty, which lies somewhere between sensuality and rationality, and is occupied with discussing unity in variety, concord in multiplicity, and the true, the good, and the beautiful in the substantial identity. Hutcheson allied the pleasure of art with this sense, that is, with the pleasure of imitation and of the likeness of the copy to the original. This he looked upon as relative beauty, to be distinguished from absolute beauty. The same view dominates the English writers of the 18th century, among whom may be mentioned Reid, the head of the Scottish school, and Adam Smith. With far greater philosophical vigour, Leibniz in Germany opened the door to that crowd of psychic facts which Cartesian intellectualism had rejected with horror. His conception of reality as continuous, natura non facit saltus, left room for imagination, taste, and their congeners. Leibniz believed that the scale of being ascended from the lowliest to God. What we now term aesthetic facts were then identified with what Descartes and Leibniz had called confused knowledge, which might become clear but not distinct. It might seem that when he applied this terminology to aesthetic facts, Leibniz had recognized their peculiar essence as being neither sensual nor intellectual. They are not sensual for him because they have their own clarity, differing from pleasure and sensual emotion, and from intellectual distinctio. But the Leibnizian law of continuity and intellectualism did not permit of such an interpretation. Obscurity and clarity are here to be understood as quantitative grades of a single form of knowledge, the distinct or intellectual toward which they both tend and reach at a superior grade. Though artists judge with confused perceptions, which are clear but not distinct, these may yet be corrected and proved true by intellective knowledge. The intellect clearly and distinctly knows the thing which the imagination knows confusedly, but clearly. This view of Leibniz amounts to saying that the realization of a work of art can be perfected by intellectually determining its concept. Thus Leibniz held that there was only one true form of knowledge, and that all other forms could only reach perfection in that. His clarity is not a specific difference, it is merely a partial anticipation of his intellective distinction. To have posited this grade is an important achievement, but the view of Leibniz is not fundamentally different from that of the creators of the words and intuitions already studied. all contributed to attract attention to the peculiarity of aesthetic facts. Speculation on language at this period revealed an equally determined intellectualist attitude. Grammar was held to be an exact science, and grammatical variations to be explainable by the ellipse, by abbreviation, and by failure to grasp the typical logical form. In France, with Arnold 1660, we have the rigorous Cartesian intellectualism. Leibniz and Locke both speculated upon this subject, and the former all his life nourished the thought of a universal language. The absurdity of this is proved in this volume. A complete change of the Cartesian system upon which Leibniz based his own was necessary if speculation were ever to surpass the Leibnizian aesthetic. But Wolff and the other German pupils of Leibniz were as unable to shake themselves free of the all-pervading intellectualism as were the French pupils of Descartes. Meanwhile, a young student of Berlin, named Alexander Amadeus Baumgarten, was studying the Wolffian philosophy and at the same time lecturing in poetry and Latin rhetoric. While so doing, he was led to rethink and pose afresh the problem of how to reduce the precepts of rhetoric to a rigorous philosophical system. Thus it came about that Baumgarten published in September 1735, at the age of 21, as the thesis of his degree of doctor, an opuscule entitled Meditationes Philosophicae de Nonnullis ad Poema Pertinentibus, and in it we find written for the first time the word aesthetic as the name of a special science. Baumgarten ever afterwards attached great importance to his juvenile discovery and lectured upon it by request in 1742 at Frankfurt on the Oder and again in 1749. It is interesting to know that in this way Immanuel Kant first became acquainted with the theory of aesthetic, which he greatly altered when he came to treat of it in his philosophy. In 1750, Baumgarten published the first volume of a more ample treatise and a second part in 1762, but illness and death in 1762 prevented his completing his work. What is aesthetic for Baumgarten? It is the science of sensible knowledge. Its objects are the sensible facts, aestheta, which the Greeks were always careful to distinguish from the mental facts, noeta. It is therefore scientia cognitionis sensitive, theoria liberalium artium, nociologia inferia, ars pulchre cognitande, ars analogi rationis. Rhetoric and poetic are for him special cases of aesthetic, which is a general science embracing both. Its laws are diffused among all the arts, like the mariner's star, cynosura quaedam, and they must be always referred to in all cases, for they are universal, not empirical or merely inductive. Falsa regula pejor est quam nulla. Aesthetic must not be confounded with psychology, which supplies only suppositions. Aesthetic is an independent science, which gives the rules for knowing sensibly and is occupied with the perfection of sensible knowledge, which is beauty. Its contrary is ugliness. The beauty of objects and of matter must be excluded from the beauty of sensible knowledge, because beautiful objects can be badly thought and ugly objects beautifully thought. Poetic representations are those which are confused or imaginative. Distinction and intellectuality are not poetic. The greater the determination, the greater the poetry. Individuals absolutely determined, omnimodo determinata, are very poetical, as are images or fancies and everything which refers to feeling. The judgment of sensible and imaginative representations is taste. Such are, in brief, the truths which Baumgarten stated in his Meditationes and further developed and exemplified in his Aesthetica. Close study of the two works above mentioned leads to the conviction that Baumgarten did not succeed in freeing himself from the unity of the Leibnizian monadology. He obtained from Leibniz his conception of the poetic as consisting of the confused, but German critics are wrong in believing that he attributed to it a positive, not a negative quality. Had he really done this, he would have broken at a blow the unity of the Leibnizian monad and conquered the science of aesthetic. This giant step he did not take. He failed to banish the contradictions of Leibniz and of the other intellectualists. To posit a perfection did not suffice. It was necessary to maintain it against the lex continui of Leibniz and to proclaim its independence of all intellectualism. Aesthetic truths for Baumgarten were those which did not seem altogether false or altogether true. In fact, the very similar. If it were objected to Baumgarten that one should not occupy oneself with what, like poetry, he defines as confused and obscure, he would reply that confusion is a condition of finding the truth, that we do not pass at once from night to dawn. Thus he did not surpass the thought of Leibniz in this respect. Poor Baumgarten was always in suspense lest he should be held to occupy himself with things unworthy of a philosopher. How can you, a professor of philosophy, dare to praise lying and the mixture of truth and falsehood? He imagined that some such reproach might be addressed to him on account of his purely philosophical speculations, and true enough, he actually received a criticism of his theory, in which it was argued that if poetry consisted of sensual perfection, then it was a bad thing for mankind. Baumgarten contemptuously replied that he had not the time to argue with those capable of confounding his oratio perfecta sensitiva with an oratio perfectae omnino sensitiva. The fact about Baumgarten is that apart from baptizing the new science aesthetic, and apart from his first definitions, he does not stray far from the old ruts of scholastic thought. The excellent Baumgarten, with all his ardour and all his convictions, is a sympathetic and interesting figure in the history of aesthetic, not yet formed, but in the process of formation. End of historical summary, part 2.